Ready to start right at 5:30. And Kate, you ready? Got us all set up.
Unfortunately, idiots did both the occupancy tax. It was frustrating. It had that magic word in it, tax. Even though they didn't realize they were paying it.
It is 5:30, and we will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Tate,
Here.
Councilmember Reyes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matters scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone here that would like to come forth on any matter scheduled for closed session? See that there are none. Do we have any on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
That we don't have any on virtually. We will now move into City Council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conflict with labor negotiator, agency negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, employer organizations, Porterville City Employees Association, Management and Confidential Series, Public Safety Support Unit, Porterville Peace Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Fire Officer Series, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Joaquin Valencia, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim claimant Andre Malcanonian, home rental agency, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, comes to legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 7 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, comes to legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 1 case. Staff's report.
Thank you. It is 5:31. We will now move into closed session. I'm gonna go ahead. You're right here. Yeah. Ready? Okay. It is 6:32. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. On item A2, claim by Joaquin Valencia by motion by Councilmember Stowe and seconded by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. And on item number A3, claim of home rental, Andrew Melconian.
Thank you. One moment. The meeting started, the roll call, and we have people speaking. Thank you very much. Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. On a motion by Councilmember Stowe and seconded by Councilmember Reyes, that claim was denied on a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Reyes, and please remain standing for the invocation.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there anyone that would like to come forward and lead the invocation?
Dear Heavenly Father, we're thankful for this day, and we're thankful that we can meet together in freedom and discuss issues in Porterville that are on the agenda tonight. We pray, Father, that you'll speak to the city councilmen and remind them that they're elected by the people and that they'll do the right thing for the people that live in Porterville. You bless us, Father, so much every day, and you bless our city, and we're so thankful for all those blessings. We pray, Father, that you'll be here with us tonight and help all of us communicate what we need to say. We ask, Father, that you'll bless the people of the Ukraine and watch over them, and they're in dire need right now of help. We ask, Father, that you bless all of Porterville's first responders that do an excellent job and protect them, Father, while they're serving our city. We ask you to be with us tonight, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
I would like to say that we all keep in our minds and our hearts what's going on in Ukraine and the other countries who are dealing with all of the immigrants. They all need our prayers and our help, and that our president remains strong. Amen.
Thank you very much, and please hold comments. Thank you. You may be seated. This is now a presentation that we will be moving forward with recognition of police officers during critical incidents.
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Manis is going to provide the presentation this evening.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Lawless. In the past month, there have been two fast-evolving critical incidents that required the activation of the SWAT team, as well as a crisis response team, which took over 40 police personnel to bring them to a safe resolution. These incidents both involved barricaded armed subjects, one of whom also had hostages, including young children. During these incidents, patrol officers, detectives, SWAT operators, and the crisis response team negotiators utilized their advanced training and tactics to safely and successfully de-escalate extremely volatile situations. This included hours of verbal negotiations and deployment of special tools to communicate with these suspects, such as aerial drones, a robot, communications throw phone, PA systems from a rescue vehicle, and less than lethal options. In both cases, the suspects were taken into custody and the hostages were freed without injury. While this type of situation is what these officers constantly train for, their actions during these incidents were exemplary, and the police chief and PD command staff would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank them for a job well done. The following personnel should be commended for their actions during these critical incidents, and these employees played a key role in the prevention to loss of life on those days. Lieutenant Rick Rio, SWAT and Crisis Negotiations Commander. Where you at? Sergeant Tyson Tashiro, SWAT Team Leader. Sergeant Carl Jordan, Crisis Negotiations Team Leader. Sergeant Steve Ward, Crisis Negotiator. Corporal Jay Starling, Crisis Negotiator. Drone Pilot Angel Hernandez and Drone Pilot Jared Skiles. The Porterville Police Department Special Weapons and Tactics Team, much who are in attendance tonight back here and here to my left. The Porterville Police Department General Investigations Unit and the Special Investigations Unit. The Porterville Police Department Dispatch Center. We have Melanie King, Kim McCrae, Kelly Donkey. And the Porterville Police Department Patrol Team 1 and Patrol Team 2. And I would like to personally take this opportunity as both a police captain and community member to express my sincerest gratitude for the professionalism, commitment, integrity, teamwork, and intestinal fortitude these individuals and their teams exhibited on these occasions and on a daily basis. I'm truly humbled and honored to be standing here with them before you, and I believe we have some of the finest law enforcement professionals in the business today. Thank you.
It is truly an honor to have the officers and the recognition and so many of the countless hours during the times of stress while the dispatch of the SWAT and wherever it is you're going. There is nothing more than to have the support of your families. And in speaking to one of the officers the other day, what he said, I kissed my wife before I left as we went out with the SWAT team, as I went out with the SWAT team, because you freely did it, because you're here to protect, and it's something that does not go unrecognized. And to the ladies that work the dispatch, there are numerous calls that you receive. And for you to disseminate and for them to be dispatched for the crisis at hand, your work does not go unnoticed either. I want to say thank you. Thank you very much for what it is that you do. Counsel?
Start with me.
For right now, yes.
Yeah, and I also want to echo those sentiments. And hearing all the different jobs that went into taking care of those incidents, everybody from those on the ground to those with drones in the air, and the well-rounded way to approach these incidents to have the best outcomes that we can hope for. So again, the appreciation is there from my heart, and I can't express how sincerely that gratitude goes and how true I want to express that to you, because I know that as the mayor expressed, you walk into those situations and you don't know what's going to happen, but I'm glad you feel confident as a team, and I hope you feel supported by the council, and again, thank you.
Councilmember Tate.
I think that most of us sleep a whole lot better at night knowing that you're there to watch out for us, knowing that the dispatchers are there and available to us when we need to report anything. And I thank God that you're all safe and you're here tonight to receive this recognition. Thank you so very much.
Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you guys know how I feel about you, and as well as the fire department. Each and every day you put your lives on the line for our safety. And we certainly appreciate it up here, and I'm sure our citizens does as well. And thank you very much for your courage.
Vice Mayor.
Good evening.
First of all, I just want to say it's always concerning as we receive updates concerning for you and your families and our community. But I just genuinely want to thank you for the work that you do. And I have the utmost respect for the role that you play in keeping our community and our public safe, and also utmost respect to your families for the support they provide. Thank you again.
Mr. Lawless?
Yeah, and I just want to say the gratitude, and as the chief and I have been talking about these two incidents, wanted to give you the due recognition for the excellent outcomes that you were able to effect. And just can't, with all the work that went into it, and especially the negotiators through those very difficult measures. I was going to bring attention to it later this evening, but we're pleased to have us with us Officer Justin Ellistad, who was recognized last week as the Porterville Police Department's Officer of the Year. So it's great to see him here in attendance as well. And thank you. All of you are Officers of the Year, which is why you're here this evening.
Thank you very much. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Please come forward and state your name and address for the record. The timer will go off when it's the end of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is David Horowitz. I'm with Horowitz Jewelry. I just want the public to understand how ridiculous this council is and our city is. You know, you bragged about giving away $1 million to local businesses to help them with the pandemic. Unfortunately, the good old boy attitude played game in this. A good example was I was approached by the business right next door to me telling me, hey, they just bought $5,000 worth of gift certificates from me. You should get in this program. So I called City Hall. Unfortunately, you all know that I'm very negative about Mr. Reyes and Mrs. Flores. They're idiots. They're not good for our city. They're bad for our city. They need to be replaced. So I was denied any funds from this account. I was told this by the woman from City Hall. Well, Mr. Horowitz, yes, we're finally giving it to retail businesses, which they didn't do to begin with. They gave it to grocery stores that were never closed. We retail businesses were closed. We retail businesses lost money. Not the grocery stores. They were never closed. They profited. But you gave a lot of money to the grocery stores. You gave very little to us retailers. And then what I was told was, sorry, Mr. Horowitz, we're starting at Morton and Main, and we're going to work our way down Main Street, but we haven't gotten to your block yet. What they don't realize is, the woman from next door to me called and said they just spent $5,000 with me on gift certificates. You should contact them. Evidently, there's a big difference between Morton and Main and right next door to Horowitz Jewelry. If you're Horowitz Jewelry, you'll be denied the money. Same thing happens if you want to open a dispensary in town. If you qualify and you do everything you're supposed to do, this council will deny you. They will give it to out-of-state millionaires. They will not give it to locals. And if a local finally qualifies, even though your committee said, don't spend the money, give it to the local who's qualified, you went against your committee and said, let's waste public taxpayers' money. It's not your money. If it was your money, you wouldn't spend it. But because it was our money, you're free to spend it and reopen the whole thing when there's a perfectly qualified company who has donated a tremendous amount of money to your city, but you're too ignorant or unintelligent, I don't know which it is, to understand it. A good example is when I explained to this woman here that if you spend $1 in a corporate business, it generates $1.50 in your community. But if you spend $1 in a private business, it will generate $4 into your community. This was the response from our so-called mayor. Shows you her intelligence. Mr. Horowitz, we never guaranteed we'd give it to a local.
Your Honor,
No,
time's
no.
expired.
Your time has
Time has
expired.
expired, but I'm negative.
One comment, Mr. Horowitz, I have never had a conversation with you.
We had a conversation, well, check your minutes, because when I came to the meeting and I stated all that, your exact response to me I know you can't remember it because you probably are old, but your
Thank
exact
you.
mem- your
Thank you
exact-
very much.
your
I'm not
exact-
gonna get
no,
into
you commented
argument.
on this, so I'm going to comment. And I did bring a mask in case you want to arrest me, okay? So, here was your comment to me when I told you about how money works, and you're ignorant to how money works. So I tried to explain, Mr. Horowitz, we never guaranteed we'd give it to a local. I'm sorry, aren't you Porterville City Council? Shouldn't you be
Thank
looking
you
out for
very much,
Porterville?
Mr.
I
Horowitz.
won't be quiet.
Thank
Shouldn't you
you.
be looking out for Porterville? Shouldn't you? Aren't you Porterville's
you.
public council?
Your Honor, time's
Thank
expired.
you. Your comments are appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward.
For the record, John Duran. I reside at 476 North East Street here in Porterville. I have 3 issues of concern that I'm hoping that you listen to, because I'm very deeply concerned about the issues. One is the 269 homes subdivision that you're building, the city is building over here up by Matthew or wherever it's at. I don't know if you people have taken the time to look at the traffic problem we have over there now and what it's going to create with subdivision being over there. I see some of the streets in Porterville, and they're like about 2 feet wide. You can't get traffic through a 2 foot wide entrance or road. I don't know if you guys have considered the fact that there's people getting up an hour early just to get their kids to school. You know, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Maybe you guys don't reside in that area, but they do, and they tell me about it. And I bring it to you because you are their representatives. And I don't see anything being done about it. You've engaged in this subdivision, but yet there's streets in Porterville that I've seen that haven't even been improved. You got Union Street that carries a lot of traffic, all the way from Olive all the way to J Street. And it's been like that for years. I have mentioned this to city council before, and nobody's done anything about it. I know why. You don't live in that area, so you don't care about it, except for Mrs. Flores that lives out there in Indiana, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, they fixed that street pretty nice. But anyway, we got that problem, and I wish you guys would look into it. I don't know if it's too late for you to rescind your decision, but you should look into it. You should look into it, because if you don't, it's going to create problems in the future. Another area of concern is the encampments. Have you seen Tule River? Have you ever walked or even drove out there by Tule River? There's encampments all over the place. And I just talked to an individual here in the city in reference to the encampments. I know we've got this problem throughout the United States, but I'm not concerned about Los Angeles, New York, or San Francisco. I'm concerned about Porterville. And it's a small city where you, the city council, the mayor, should take interest and fix the problem. And you're going to say, how do we fix a problem? That's up to you. You are the elected. You should know how to fix a problem. You know, you just can't think about it and say, okay, let the problem fix itself. It doesn't happen. You have to get involved and fix a problem unless you don't have a plan. And more than likely, it's the case that you don't have a plan to fix it. There's, right here on the trails to railroad tracks, the old railroad tracks, there's an encampment there. They've got a child care center right there in the vicinity. They got a preschool in the vicinity. They got Bellevue School. You see this encampment.
Mr. Duran, 30 seconds to summarize, please.
Does anybody wait time so I can finish up my conversation? 3 minutes is not enough time. So listen to this. So the encampment, you guys aren't even concerned about these kids that attend those schools, their health and their safety. We've got people living there, and I know for a fact that they've got criminal records. But you guys don't care because you don't live in that area. But you should be concerned because they're children. They deserve better, a better quality of life. The last is, I understand that you denied Bloom dispensary. This gentleman, I conversed with him, he said he's filed twice the fee of over $40,000. And you denied it because, according to the paper, he was 6 minutes late. I have been waiting 2 weeks, a week and a half, for city manager, Mr. Lawless, to give me a call, and it's been a week and a half, and he hasn't even called me. So what's the difference between 2 minutes and a week and a half? You need to reconsider that. When you make a decision, stand by it and live it. Don't just deny it, give them a good reason behind it. Conclusion. It's either incompetency that you don't have. I seen Mr. Reyes out here smiling, but you got to wipe that smile off your face because this is serious business. You're a city councilman. You represent the people in your district. And to let him down, Mr. Stowe, I called him the same time I called Mr. Lawless. And you never, hey, no. I wrote, listen to this. Email. I'm telling you because I did it. And I know what I did. I ain't stupid.
We will be respectful in the council. Let's be respectful.
Your Honor, time's
The
expired.
time,
1 second, I'm being respectful. I didn't say anything. I said I'm not stupid. I didn't say he was. But anyway, I emailed you, and you know what the email said? Oh, the box, the inbox is it's over the amount, so he can't respond at this time. It's a city email they gave you. You should be able to respond. You live in my district. I live in your district. Take care of the business. Hey, take care of the
thank
problem.
you.
If not, I'll be knocking on your door and find out what the status is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Greg Meister, local residents here. It's really good to see you all in person without face masks again. Monte Reyes.
It's Monty, sir. Monty.
It's good to see you guys in person because remember when you silenced me because he signaled you when I talked about ivermectin, and you guys let him silence me. And here he is finally in person, and now the science is out. Ivermectin works, and it saves lives. And you were the one that stopped it, and death is on your shoulders. Yeah, blood is on your hands. I'd rather not have pot stores in town. If we're going to have one, I'd rather have them on the outskirts of town, out of child's sight and mind. Being that it's legal and it's going to create tax revenue, I think there's no way of stopping it. If we're going to have a pot store, I'd like to have it locally owned. There was a man and a woman in here from Bloom Farms complaining that their bid was thrown out because of a 6-minute technicality. I believe that you as council members should be bending over backwards to fix this problem. This should be locally owned and locally ran. The homeless population is booming out of control. We need to address this in a new way. It is unacceptable to have these homeless encampments so close to schools and in places where children play. The homeless encampments behind Zalad Park is truly a disaster waiting to happen. There was a murder last year in this area, and we should not wait until a child is injured or harmed. We need to vet these people and figure out who, where, and why they are homeless. We must make changes and make new laws that our police can enforce here locally. Westfield and Westwood. Currently, there is a project to build 269 new homes. We have a critical traffic issue in this area. Westwood and Westfield both need widen. If you don't address this problem and add these new homes, you will be adding an additional 600 cars to the already congested streets. If there is a medical emergency at the hours when these streets are congested, the city will be at fault for delayed response times. End the mandates. The COVID-19 emergency is over. Free our police from this tyrannical overreach, free our firefighters from this tyrannical overreach, and free our city employees from this tyrannical overreach. There is no reason to continue to mask our city employees, giving them a right to choose. If you continue with this emergency order, there can only be one reason, and it's for the COVID-19 money, which is a betrayal to the constituents. There are some bills and legislation that I feel violate constitutional rights. AB 1993 would require all employees, including independent contractors, to show proof the COVID-19 vaccine to work in California. This bill would handicap our city workforce. What is your plan to protect the constituents? SB 866 would allow kids 12 to 17 to get COVID-19 vaccines without parental consent, removing our rights as parents, making our children mere creatures of the state. What is your plan to protect the constituents? SB 871 would require all children 0 to 17 to get the COVID-19 vaccine to attend childcare or school. This is discrimination. There are many parents that are not ready to give their child this experimental vaccine. Many children will be removed from school. Pain would be felt across our city. What is your plan to protect the constituents? SB 1464 would force law enforcement officials to enforce CDPH guidelines as if they were law. This bill would allow bureaucrats, non-elected officials, to dictate our local police, centralizing power in Sacramento. What is your plan to protect the constituents? Thank you guys for your time.
Mr. Meister, thank you. Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
I brought a gift from Monty Reyes. I gave them out to you last meeting.
I've got plenty, thank you.
Well, you don't understand it, so you need to read it again. I'm here to talk about Bloom Farms. This potential business name keeps coming up on the city council agenda, and I think a decision must be made tonight on their application for a business permit. When I first heard about cannabis dispensaries coming to Porterville, I was hoping that all of them would be wholly and locally owned to help our local economy, but instead you gave it to the big city people. So, Bloom Farms is a wholly locally owned cannabis business. They started jumping through the city council's hoops many months ago. When they submitted their application, they scored in first place for a wholly owned, and you gave it to the Indian reservation and they didn't want it. The applicant in first place decided to withdraw their application, and it wasn't because they had a better score. Instead of awarding the permit to Bloom Farms, who had already been approved and met all of your requirements, the city decided to make everyone start the application process over again for a wholly locally owned applicant, even though they already had one in Bloom Farms. No explanation was given for this decision. I haven't heard one yet. Bloom Farms submitted another application because you said they had to apply again, and they had to give you more money to apply, and the city said that their application was turned in 6 minutes late. That's just absurd to me. And that they must appeal that decision. Are you kidding me? I thought you were for the people of Porterville. I thought you were for the local people that have businesses here, but evidently you're not. The city of Porterville and the city council owe Bloom Farms and Darren Garrett and his family an apology for all the nonsense they have been put them through. Tonight, you must approve their application, the only application that qualifies as wholly locally owned. And I suggest you approve it. What are you waiting for? And Ms. Tate, several months ago, I think it was in July or August, they decided that they were going to go around and have the fire marshal tell everybody to get the motorhomes out of their front yard. Yours is still in your yard. You just blew it off, I guess because now you're city councilwoman, so you don't think it applies to you. That's ridiculous. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Really read this, Mom.
Thank you very much. Was there someone else that would like to come forward?
I'm going to try to keep mine at 3 minutes.
Hi, Greg.
Greg Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I have a little different tack. I'm also going to talk about the dispensary permit. I heard when I was at a meeting that we were going to allow all the people that had applied before to apply and give them credit for the, what was about $8,500 fee that I paid, about 10 grand time I got done. And then, I don't know, about a month ago, I was notified that you had flown the thing and it was already closed. And I thought as one of the prior applicants that I would have got a communications, a phone call, an email, an invitation to bid. So I wasn't able to bid. I called down to City Hall and no one even knew if it was open or closed. So I don't know what we did to, whether we flew it on our website or we put a public notice in the paper or whatever. I think I'm not one of the 2,000 people that still has a subscription to the Porterville Recorder out of the 60,000 people that live here. Nor can you get on the website. They don't, if you get on their website and open up the public notices, nothing shows up. So I don't know how I could have got it even if it was in there. So I'm a bit disappointed that I wasn't notified. Now, if you deny this appeal, which, by the way, you denied my appeal, then that would pretty much leave it to one person who, I don't know whether they're out of town or not, but that's not a competitive bid. So I don't know how you can really do that, because it's just pretty much picking somebody. I'm going to say what I said a long time ago, the first time I came up here, let's just give one to everybody. Same thing happened in Farmersville. 5 people applied for 1 permit. They gave it to one guy. Someone threatened litigation. A lawyer said, why? He said, listen, we're just going to give one to everybody. Now there's no damages. No one can sue because no one's been damaged. In the end, of the 5 that had applied, only 3 of them said, yeah, we're still interested. Of that, only 2 ever actually put one in. And they're making lots of money. So the point is we could do that here. We could say, okay, you know what? Let's delay it tonight, the appeal. Let's go back. Let's change it from 1 to 4. The tribe's already said they're not going to do it, at least not until they get finished their casino. I'm probably not going to do retail. I'm going to try to do some wholesale, maybe some manufacturing, or if I even get that far. So that leaves it down to 2. I'm telling you, you got 2 approved quasi-local and 2 that aren't. If you get more than 2 to actually open up, you're probably doing okay. And even if 4 open up, who cares? That much more revenue, that's much more employees and everything else. I got 10 seconds left, and I'm going to beat everybody else and say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Darren Garrett, 29650 Avenue 118, owner of Bloom's Farms. You know, I wanted to let the city council know, the city manager know, I didn't get involved in this application process to get into an altercation with the city. I mean, I got involved. I felt like, you know, I'm a good candidate for the process. I mean, I didn't come in here as an out-of-town person and promise you that I'm going to open up something for the firefighters, which I thought was disgusting whenever they said that. And I've lived here for 58 years, and I've done many good deeds in the community. And I feel like I'm a qualified applicant for the cannabis application. But I just wanted you to know that I didn't get involved in this to get in an argument with Reyes or the city manager or the city council. I mean, I got involved in this trusting that our city council members would do the right thing, and I hope that you guys approve my appeal process tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
My name is Maria Marrero. I am with Bloom Farms. My address is 13857 Road 284, Porterville, California. I heard some wonderful things. If our law enforcement's still here, thank you. Darren said a lot right now, and so it kind of threw me off. But what I want to say is I believe in leadership, good leadership. It's hard to follow people that people lose confidence in. And for the last 2 years, I've come in here and I hear a lot of lost confidence. And I'm not here to complain about none of you. What I'm here for is to say, look at our original application. We applied for all 3, the medical license as well. It was said over and over, nobody applied, and we did. I know, Mr. Stowe, with all due respect, you're not for having a dispensary, and I respect that. But do you respect those illegal dispensaries that are being sold here? Do you really don't see them? They're here. I was in law enforcement for 20 years. I was a mother. Well, I was born and raised right here in Porterville. I could tell you marijuana has been here since before I was born. I've seen it all my life. But now it's legal. I'm not in for it I don't smoke it. I don't partake in the high. I use it for medicinal purposes. I don't take the over-the-counter drugs. I don't take prescription drugs. But man, you give me some rub, you give me some pomada, hey, I'm good. I can walk. My hips don't hurt. My back don't hurt. My arms and wrists don't hurt. I thought about bringing you all a sample and say, maybe you ought to try it. It doesn't have THC. You're not going to get an euphoria over it. It's medicinal. We need those medicinals. Because one way or another, the people are buying it. It's just Porterville is not reaping the benefit from it. I've been reading a book besides a few, but the last one, it says, listen well and lead well. Some of you are not listening to your people. Your people are very unhappy with you. The city of Porterville is angry. And every time I come in here, it's hard. I feel for you, but the mistakes are right in front of you. The mistakes are right in front of you. Arresting a woman for her mask. Mandating is not a law. Mandating is what a man dictated. Don't be dictators. Yes, we will follow the rules. We're all following the rules. Thank God that this part is over. But should I wear a sign saying unvaxxed? Should my children? Should I put on their Mexican, farm labor child? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Christina Clausen. I am the interim CEO with the Porterville Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to present a little bit of a different message than I usually do. And I have a lot of mixed emotions with this, but I wanted to notify you all that I have given my resignation to my board. Ultimately, it has to do with my family. I have 4 young children at home. And although this position has brought me a lot of fulfillment, and I'm really excited with I'm going to say baby steps. I want to say strides, but really baby steps that we've made as a chamber. It's the best decision for my family right now. I have already begun conversation of how that transition is going to look like, and I want to reassure you all that I will be making myself available, and I will make sure that it is as smooth as possible transition. And more than that, I want to also state that this is my hometown. I'm born and raised here. I love this community. My children participate in a lot of activities, a lot of sports, and I will continue to be part of the community. Being in this position has opened my eyes up to a lot of committees and just organizations, and I want to be part of that. I want to stay part of that. I want to continue to learn more and be a significant role in our community. So although I'm pulling away from the chamber right now, I'm still going to be volunteering, and I want to make sure that I'm significant in the community. I have spoke to Mr. John Lawless about the chamber, and we will continue to have conversations regarding our upcoming events and contract, and we'll make sure that continues to move forward. And I'm available if anything's needed from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have anyone online virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, then we will now move on to the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one is the Tulare County Association of Governments. This was a carryover from last month. We met on February the 28th. The action items with the transportation consent calendar was to reaffirm the conditions of State Assembly Bill 361 to continue remote attendance at public meetings, the adoption of 2 resolutions, to reaffirm the consultant agreement with Four Creeks for Tule River Active Transportation Plan, and the second was to approve local transportation funds for the cities of Dinuba, Exeter, Farmersville, Lindsay, Tulare, and Wood Lake for the fiscal year 2021-22. Items of information was the implementation of the status of federally funded projects and Senate Bill 1 competitive program update. Transportation action discussion items, they were all items of information. Caltrans update, nothing to report for this area. With the association consent calendar, items of action with the approval of the January 24, 2022 TCAG meeting minutes and the minutes of the Technical Advisory Committee meeting of January 20th. There were several resolutions, too many to list, pertinent to ongoing amendments, committee assignments, and the overall work plan. With the legislative update, there was an update that was provided by the state lobbyist on 2022-23 state budget, transportation, housing climate, and with the 99 effort. That concludes the report. Next meeting is scheduled for March 21st. The next meeting we have is the link report, the link committee. Councilmember Tate.
We have the link meeting the first Wednesday of each month. The last one was held on the 3rd of this month. Tomorrow we'll be having a, at the Welcoming Center, there's going to be from 9 until noon, a gathering where we get together and provide legal services for our homelessness. Sure, thank you. Okay, and then tomorrow there's going to be a, it's twice a month by schedule. And for those of you who may not have known, there's been a point in time survey going on for the last several months. And that's been like a Kings Tulare County council group of people that are all involved with the same issue, which is trying to help people who live without shelter, people that are homeless. So we have been involved in that, the point in time. We actually went out to the sites where the homeless encampments are, very well where they are. Actually, we're able to participate as a group and go down and try to get their information. And if you, I'm sure you probably realize how reluctant they are to give their information to people who come in upon their area or their encampments. There's a lot of our clients that have, they're diagnosed with issues. And some are not. Some just want to live that way, and that's the way it is, and they don't want to be impeded upon. And so we have got that information. We had to fill out all of these different forms, and then all of that had to be compiled, and Porterville completed that project. So instead of focusing on LINK, the regular scheduled meetings, that's what our focus was, is going out, and basically it was like a census report. So now we're reviewing all that information, and we're trying to get all of the numbers, because then on every Wednesday, the second Wednesday, excuse me, of the month, or the third Wednesday of the month, because it's the first where when you do the links, and it's the third that we have the Welcome Center, and we have all types of legal representatives, social workers, and they try to get the information. They don't carry their identification around, right? They don't have a driver's license or legal ID or access to any of those things, and that's what they're assisted with. So that's what happens. And so we're going to be getting the numbers. We have not gotten them yet, and we hope to get those soon. I am involved with those meetings on a regular basis. It's one of the several ad hoc committees that I'm involved with. And so, and really what we need more than anything else is people who are willing to volunteer with directly. You know, I've been involved with this winter. We were able to get donations of sleeping bags and warm clothing and all of those things to try to make their lives more comfortable during the winter months. Because what else can we do? With COVID, it really impaired us because of all of the restrictions. So that pretty much sums up where we're at. We're still trying to gather all of the information from from the point in time so that we know where we're at as far as the numbers. Tomorrow there will be the third Wednesday of the month is when we will have everything going on there at the center. And they're provided meals, and one of the things that we really were looking at is people who are barbers or people who are hairstylists. There's a great need to have someone that would want to come and do hair. If you have anyone that wants to come and do hair, that would be wonderful, wonderful. We'll take all the volunteers we can get. The more volunteers we have, the more progress we're going to make. It's on 3rd Street. It's, if any of you from...
Excuse me, can you summarize? And we're not supposed to engage in the back and forth.
I'm sorry.
Please summarize.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But that's my summary, is that as soon as we can get those numbers in plate, we encourage people to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor. We had our meeting on March 3rd, monthly meeting of the Board of Directors for the ETGSA. Several action items at the meeting, although some were tabled. The first of which were tabled were the staff presentation on the Prop 218 process and the approval of the engineer's report and setting a public hearing date. These were tabled to a future meeting as we didn't have some of the information we needed. We had an appeal from a landowner based on some of the measurements for water usage, which there was no action taken upon. It was just simply introduced to the Board of Directors. And we considered some appointments to the Stakeholders Committee. There was a change in the membership of the Stakeholders Committee. Mr. John Goggle from Wonderful was added in place of Mr. Armando Leal. That was the only change to the Stakeholder Committee. And there was also the consideration for an approval of an agreement for a CMIS station, which is a weather and measurement station, although those contracts were not readily available at the meeting, so that was tabled to a future meeting. There was an action taken to allow Ducor Community Services District to join with the ETGSA. So I look forward to reporting on those tabled items from a future meeting. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Reyes. The next one is the Internal City Audit Committee. All members were in attendance. The two that were virtually was Member Julia Liu and Rob Taylor. The schedule matters was the unanimous approval of the draft minutes of the Audit Committee of February the 3rd. The City Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, it was to review the report for the fiscal year ended to June 30th, 2021. The Audit Committee was presented with the Independent Auditor's Report. We were given a walkthrough of the report. Questions were answered. An emphasis on my behalf that Maria Bemis was very instrumental in providing all the necessary information to assist in the preparation of the report. The item was informational. This full report will be presented to the full council in a meeting in April. The next would be to review of the Barn Theater agreement. This is the license agreement between the City of Porterville and the Barn Theater for the use of real property located at 42 South Plano. Committee members requested that an outreach be made to the board president of the Barn Theater to update, review, and discuss the agreement. That next meeting is scheduled for April the 27th at 4 o'clock. That concludes the report. I'm looking at legal counsel. Does that summarize pretty much the discussion? Thank you so much. The next item is the Porterville Chamber of Commerce for Friday. Councilmember Tate.
This event is held at the Galaxy Theater. You're there at 7 o'clock in the morning, so you have fresh hot coffee and pastries and fruits, sort of a little gathering, and you get business individuals, people that are interested in business here in Porterville, and it's basically coordinated by our chamber. And we have always, the times that I have attended, which has been every time I've had the opportunity, we have different themes, and this last theme was basically to honor our board reps and our businesses. There was a nice PowerPoint that was available. I got to meet a lot of people that are in business from all over the county. It's really well done. We have, it's just a great opportunity, especially if you're someone who are interested in doing business. And I was happy to attend, and I saw a couple of other city employees there and that I recognized. But for the most part, I just basically met a lot of people that I never would otherwise. So it's a great opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Military Banner Program Committee, Vice Mayor Carrillo.
Thank you. The Military Banner Committee met March 8th at 11 a.m. here in the City Hall. The first scheduled matter was on the memorial wall at Fallen Heroes Park. The committee received and reviewed the final draft of the memorial wall policy. Next, the names of 4 local KIAs dating back to September 11th, 2001, not yet recognized at the park, resulted from a search by city staff, which was recommended within that time frame by the committee. Lastly, on this item, the committee discussed a title for the wall as well as a placement for lettering and font. The committee settled on Fallen Heroes Memorial Wall. The committee voted unanimously to recommend to City Council, 1, the final draft policy. Number 2, the wall honorees to begin with September 11th, 2001, and review the KIAs. Number 3, the name of the wall to be Fallen Heroes Memorial Wall. An item will be brought to City Council in April to discuss these items. The second scheduled matter was a 2022 Military Banner Program update. 113 banners from 2016 and 2017 were contacted by the city staff to be up for renewal, of which 101 are going to renew their banner. For the 2022 applicants, there were 113 submittals for a new banner, bringing the total banners to 863. The 113 banners from 2016 and 17 will come down in April and be replaced by a new banner for those that did renew. The old banners will be made available for pickup through Parks and Leisure. The military banner ceremony is scheduled for May 27th at Centennial Park, 12 o'clock noon. The meeting adjourned at 11:36 a.m. And that concludes the banner committee report.
Thank you. The COVID Ad Hoc Committee, Councilmember Carrillo. Vice Mayor, I apologize.
COVID Ad Hoc Committee, we had a lot of items. We met on March 8th, 2022. The first item was Porterville Celebrates Reading for April 22nd, to be held at Veterans Park. Second item, Love Our Kids Fun Run, April 9th, Veterans Park. Just a note that that's scheduled the same day as a Tule River 5K run. We discussed the Iris Festival coming up on April 23rd, and discussed Main Street route from Morton to Walnut. We wanted to limit that to the normal route, which is the Morton to Olive. Keep Olive Avenue open. We talked with the fire chief and police chief and had some recommendations there about need to access. We wanted to limit the closures from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. were the recommendations of the committee. We did get the recommendations for the safety fire lane would be about 25 foot on each side, if that's, I think I'm correct there. And then we just discussed that there will be a car show, cars during that time, and we just didn't want them to move, just be in a stationary area. We discussed an Arts Commission chalk event, a city spring cleanup in May 21st, Centennial Park Rolling Relics Car Show recommended for May 14th, Veterans Park Southern Sierra Film Festival, June 22nd. We discussed Centennial Park. Oh no, that will be held at Centennial Park and possibly a film shown there for movies. Then the other item we brought up and started for discussion, just so we could start with planning if that's going to move forward, is the Freedom Fest, scheduled for the date of July 2nd to be held at the sports complex. We discussed a lot of city logistics, public safety, emphasis on traffic and medical response. The committee, the city manager and the chiefs informed the committee members of past processes that are put in place and how we would continue those if possible. We discussed the continuation of vaccine incentive events and looking at evaluating the March participation so far. And then the last item we discussed were bounce houses, and we would discuss that and evaluate that at the next committee meeting. I would just like to refer to the city manager if I left anything. Okay.
Thank you very much for the report. Porterville Exchange Club Public Safety Dinner, Councilmember Tate.
It was the first time that I had the opportunity to attend this event, and it was really a nice, decorative, festive event. And it was so wonderful to get together with all the different honorees, as well as the different business individuals that were there. It was a really good meet and greet. The speaker was wonderful, the food was good, and the company was even better. I got to meet a lot of people. Where I was seated was with an individual group of people that were people I'd never met before, and we became good friends during that time. So I really enjoyed it, and it was very impressive.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
This is probably the second time I attended the event. Prior was probably 5 years ago, prior to COVID, obviously. And then this year, really looked forward to it, just being in person for one, and around so many good people and law enforcement and the work they do. And just, I think my favorite part is hearing all the stories about that individual and their service that they've done and why they're being recognized. I don't want to try to list all the agencies, but very good event. You know, I look forward to attending that next year, and just want to acknowledge and thank all those individuals that received awards that night.
Thank you. I have been attending this event for many years, and I am an Exchange Club member. So the night before, there were several of us that were setting up for the event for the evening of. It's an event that I look forward to every year. They honor and they recognize many departments, from the district attorney, the Tulare County Fire Department, the tribal jurisdiction, and Porterville Police Department. And one of the things that I find, and the Highway Patrol, but one of the things that always brings to a limelight is how many have grown, or some of the younger officers that are being recognized. But one that is very important, all of them are important, but I find it warm felt and very sensitive when I look at the fire department, because it was 2 years ago when we had the library fire, and a lot of the same individuals that were there that evening and to the other, when they had the memorial, is to watch all the agencies that interconnected to help and assist Porterville during that time. That is pretty much what I have to say. It is a good event, and it's done every year by the Porterville Exchange Club. The next one is the Tule River Active Transportation Plan. That was a meeting that was coordinated by Mr. Ted Smalley, Tulare County Association of Governments. It was attended by him, Mr. Lawless, and Tule River Tribal Council member, Mr. William Garfield, and I. We met to establish a lines of communication for the Tule River Active Transportation Plan. Our first meeting will be held this Thursday to work with the consultant, TCAG staff, to work on a project timeline with key target dates to create regular scheduled meetings with the project team representatives so that we can keep this project on schedule. There'll be more information. This is newly formed, new information, so I will be bringing more information to that as we continue to meet. The Wall of Fame ceremony. Councilmember Tate.
I attended. It was, I think it might have been the second event that we all five actually personally got to be involved with. It was held at the Centennial Park. We have the program, we have City Council nominates, the processes, they nominate people that have been recognized for their community efforts, and because we were not able to do this in person, we were able to cover the last 3 years of people because they had done this in the past virtually. And so we were able to bring out, invite the public and have a reception following. There were 15 people that were nominated, and you see their plaques on the Wall of Fame here in our City Hall.
Thank you. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Tate touched on a lot of the high points of the day, but I think it was remarkable to see those who were there to receive the honor of being placed on the wall. That it was that there's so much more depth to their biographies than anyone could possibly imagine. That one after one, you hear the remarkable things that these folks have done in their life, and you know right away that they deserve the honor of being placed on the wall. And I'm proud to also acknowledge that there's a diversity to those who have been put on the wall that just exemplifies what's great about Porterville. And I think that anybody would be hard-pressed to find another city in the county that not only has folks as remarkable as Porterville, and I'll shamelessly say that I think Porterville has some remarkable folks, but has a city that is willing to put those folks on the wall and recognize them publicly for all the things that they've done, and not only that, but welcome their family to attend the ceremony. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. The ceremony was extremely well organized, and many thanks to Donnie, Amy, and all the staff members for their job well done, and congratulations to our inductees. And I would like to wish and thank them for their service that they've done throughout our community and continue throughout our community. So thank you all that were involved, and especially to our inductees, for what they've done for our community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, great to be there in person with everyone. Great to be in the park across the street. For the Wall of Fame, the 2 years that I had been here, I nominated Virginia Garola for all her work, and then next Daniel Hackey. So they were recognized, very appreciative, there with their families. I wanted to thank the staff for the great work setting it up on a short timeline, and also for all the recognized people for the last 3 years that we had to go back and do that in person. I am thankful that the staff was willing to go back and recognize all those. One of the things I did want to say, I'm really proud of all those inductees, and hearing their stories was amazing. That those people are from Porterville, and those are residents and community and family and friends of ours. There was a lot of veterans, business owners, and just the work that they mentioned that they had done, whether they went to all the schools here, played sports, active in the local community, even statewide and nationally. It was just really amazing to hear those stories and have the families, be so grateful. The last thing, I just wanted to thank Rondi Nito for showing up from the tribe and taking photos, and that really helped Donnie and Amy, because they're focused on, coordinating and the event. And so she documented with a couple hundred photos. So a lot of the families that she was able to share with back on a shared drive and then share back with the city and the efforts to share with those families.
Thank you. It was a wonderful event, and I'm putting emphasis on wonderful, to be able to go back to the 3 years and bring all the inductees current. A lot of representatives, as you hear their biographies and you hear their commitment to community service unfold, it was one of these that all the recipients had actually been involved or knew someone that received, and they were able to just communicate with each other. I want to say thank you to Amy. I know she was working the night before. I was receiving correspondence for one of mine, and there were a lot of countless hours that went far and beyond, especially with the setup and the takedown and getting everybody there, and the Wall of Fame with all the pictures out at the park was amazing to see everyone's picture up there, and now it's in display here in here at City Hall, that you'll see all the recipients. There were a total of 15, and a good history of community and a lot of volunteers. Mr. Lawless, your staff, and everybody else, it was a lot of work to do the 3 years, and I want to say thank you.
Yeah, and while she's here in the chambers, want to thank Amy Graybell personally. I tried to say it at the event. Really appreciate Amy and Donnie's efforts and make really a first-class event, and really giving due honor to those that were recognized that day. Thank you, Amy.
There were a lot of compliments from people that attended. They were excited and they were happy, and it was well received. The next one is the Water Commission meeting. We had that yesterday, but I'm going to carry it over. There's too much information to that one. I'm going to highlight the Eagle Mountain relocation. There were 2 meeting dates of March the 3rd, March the 10th. I attended both meetings, and they were virtual. The Eagle Mountain Relocation Committee provided updates on their project safety, the casino construction progress, their budget, their finance, relocation, and other matters. Mr. Benedict continues to work with the city manager and city staff to bring forth project information to the table and to be proactive regardless of what is brought forth. They are working closely with Southern California Edison to their project, and I know that last year, toward the end of the year, I put an emphasis with the relocation committee to have a TCAG representative with regard to the transportation efforts, the roads in that area, and probable project funding. This was so good to know that it pleases me to share that Tribal Council Member William Garfield is a conduit to TCAG and to the Tulare County Technical Advisory Committee. These are weekly meetings. They are held on Thursdays at noon. The date and meeting time are always subject to change. Our next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, March 17th. That concludes the report. We now move on to reports. This is a time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Do we have anyone reporting for Parks and Leisure Services Commission? Library and Literacy Commission?
As promised, I'm here. We had a rather fruitful meeting, pleasant, good news. First of all, I'm going to talk about the scheduled matters. Catherine May, who is on Ms. Carrillo's committee, reported on the committee's activities, and we're very happy with the way things are going. We got a temporary library update. The furniture vendor anticipates being available to schedule an installation early in April. It'll take approximately 2 to 4 days for them to set it up. Once it's set up and passes the city inspector, when he clears it, we will begin putting things in. So we're looking ahead, and at our next meeting, we're going to be working with Donnie and figuring out how we're going to handle opening it because of the size restriction. But some of the things that are planned to make space available are just brilliant. Those who were involved in the planning did a good job. And staff is currently working on signage and technology infrastructure. The San Joaquin Valley Library System has successfully ordered the staff and public computer stations, printers, and other peripheral items with that. So things are going really well. And every time we hear things running smoothly, we get excited. This has been a long time in the planning, long before the fire. Thank God that more people weren't hurt in that fire, but that was thanks to good staff in the fire department. Things that happened this week, this month, just a few highlights from February. They had, about story time on Facebook every Tuesday, first English, then Spanish. They had 580 English story people in February and 606 Spanish, which totals 1,186. So that's pretty good. Thanks for Facebook and that, because it keeps things going with our kids. Staff in February processed over 27,241 library materials, and the drop-off center still remains closed at the present time. The virtual library club, the book selection for February was the Midnight Library. Hey, I'd like a party at midnight in the library. That would be heaven as far as I'm concerned. The staff was hosted by Donna, and 13 members attended. So that's going good. Remember, it's Thursday, the first Thursday of every month, via Zoom at 4 p.m. And the members do receive a new copy of the book. Library in the Park Grab and Go across the street at Centennial Park continues on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 11 to 3. Families can visit by booking for an appointment or by visiting the website. Appointments are approximately 15 minutes. I'm going to testify that I have been in town and I've looked and there wasn't a lot of people there, and I got in and I got my books. Now I'm looking forward to getting the books I really want to read. They had 316 patrons and checked out 1,771 books. Our Veronica and Karina attended Burton School's kindergarten sign-up, and they handed out flowers to promote activities. A total of 131 patrons visited the library booth, and 62 signed up for new library cards. Everybody that signed up for a library card was given a free library giveaway. Library staff continue to work on the vaccine COVID roundup, and I'm proud that they continue to support our community in ways other than just the library. For those people who haven't done their taxes yet, California state tax booklets and federal 1040 SR tax booklets are available for the public. They are placed on a table outside of Hoagie's during regular work hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. My taxes are done. I got mine refunded in 6 days. That included a weekend. Staff have been meeting on Thursday mornings for an hour via Zoom because their meetings are facilitated by Tony. They're prepping, they're training, they're getting ready to actually start serving the public again. And we have new online services available, and they've been training on that so that they can help other people. And I haven't reported in a while on the adult literacy program because COVID kind of made it hard, but they had training for tutors, and they had 2 tutor trainings, and they had a tutor match. And also, James S., one of our participants, has been improving his communication and social skills, and he's getting more comfortable interacting in English, which is important. Beatrice A., another participant, advanced from ESL virtual Zoom to now working one-on-one with tutoring. And Ray, it was reported by his tutor, Rebecca, he has been made a lot of progress in working toward his Class A driver's license. They've been working with him. So that shows a variety of the things that we do when in the literacy program. We've had people go on and do other things, become citizens, get all that type of training available. And I encourage, if you know of anybody who needs those services, send them. We will be happy to work with them because books are trips around the world and to worlds that we haven't really seen. During our talking about, what if those things we wanted, we talked about the Celebrate Reading because it's been on hiatus because of COVID. It'll be Saturday, April the 2nd in Veterans Park, and it is open to the public from 10 to 2. Bring your kids. We want to see them. We want to see the old folks like me, the young, and all in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arts Commission, I don't think we have a report. We do have on virtually, please let that person come through.
Hello.
Hi, please.
Hi. Do I go ahead and start?
Please.
Okay. Hello, and good evening. My name is Emily Luna, and I am the Vice Chair for the Arts Commission. The Arts Commission had a meeting on February 22nd, 2022. The Commission discussed having a third chalk art event at the upcoming Iris Festival. Should the Commission decide to move forward with this event, this topic will be brought to Council's consideration after our next meeting, which will be next Tuesday, March 22nd at 5:30 p.m. We currently have a youth position available, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much for your report. Animal Control Commission? No? Okay. Youth Commission?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Commissioner Daniel Cero Navarez. I'm in the 9th grade at Summit Charter High School.
Good evening. I am Fatima Larcon. I'm in the 10th grade at Harmony Magnet Academy, and we are here with a brief report on behalf of the Porterville Youth Commission. Next slide, please. So we have continued to maintain a garden that youth commissioners adopted along the Tool River back in 2019. This garden is part of a larger beautification project going on at the Tool River Parkway. It's called the Adopt a Native Plant Garden. During our winter break, we scheduled a work day with project manager Kathy Capone. This day we cleared weeds and overgrown debris. We also laid down cardboard before covering the beds with wooden chips. We learned that the cardboard actually prevents the sun from reaching the ground, therefore preventing the growth of weeds. Next slide, please. During our workday, we also extended the size of our garden and planted a few new native plants. We used some recycled cement blocks that were donated to our project to decorate and define the boundaries of our garden. We enjoyed the experience at the garden and getting to work on something that will be around beyond our time on the commission.
Next slide. It may not look like much in the photos, but we made a lot of progress on our garden. We have another work day coming up that will happen before the Tool River Parkway K5 event on April 9th. During our meetings, we have been learning about our local city government and providing feedback on projects like the skate park improvements and service related to active transportation and community trails. We have also discussed what a civic event is and potential activities that we would like to take on at the end of our school year. I suggested a version of Squid Games after the popular HBO series, but we decided as a group that a family movie night in Veterans Park would be a little bit easier to plan. Next slide. A big topic of our discussion was how to get youth involved in our activity and different ways to promote our event to our community. We decided to get our ASB classes involved by polling them about the movie we should show. I also saw that the city installed a tech ball table at Veterans Parks and suggested we have a tech ball demo while we wait for the movie to start. Next slide. That concludes our report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It pleases me that you're getting involved with a lot of the projects, and that's community service. Thank you so much for that.
Of course.
To talk. Do we have anyone virtually? No? Okay. Staff informational reports.
Thank you, Honor. You have two of your regular, or pardon me, one of your regular reports, which is an update on your water conservation efforts, Phase 4. Unfortunately, to report with a dry February, we actually saw an increase in consumer utilization. There was an 11% increase over 2013, which is the baseline that we evaluate. But your running conservative, or your running conservation, should I say, since drought regulations were put in place remains at 25%, which is trending towards the 26% that is the city's goal. There were 7 notices of violations issued and 1 administrative citation. And then there's an informational item with the Chamber of Commerce proposing to hold their Iris Festival on April 23rd. There was an item that was before the council last meeting talking about a cleanup day, which at that time had not been scheduled. The Iris Festival had not been scheduled, so we have moved that date then to May 21st.
Thank you. We will now move into consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council?
Move to approve items 1 through 18.
We have a motion,
Can I make a comment?
please.
I don't want to pull it, but on number 11, I did verify the date that it states on the, here on the agenda, April 8th through May, it says 7th, 2022. And I think that the 2 was just left off because it's April 8th through May 27th, 2022, according to the community civic event, just for clarification.
Bringing that note to the table, we have, are you going to make a second with that?
Yes, second.
Okay. We have a motion.
With
we
that
have
note.
With that note, we have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move into the administrative hearing, number 19.
Thank you, Honor. You have an administrative hearing that's been scheduled for this evening, which is to consider a wholly locally owned cannabis business operating permit for retail dispensary request for proposals appeal by Bloom Farms. The city attorney is going to begin with an introduction, and then Mr. Reidenauer will provide a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to preface the procedure so we have an idea of what's going to happen here, and that way Mr. Garrett and his representatives also know what's going to happen. So the administrative hearing actually commences at the time that the item commences. So you'll hear from staff, and they'll make their staff presentation, and then after that you can certainly ask questions. And then we'll be providing Mr. Garrett and his representatives, whoever he wishes to have speak on his behalf, to then speak at that point. And then we're going to hold it informally, so questions and answers can be had but back and forth is fine for this particular item. And with that, I just wanted to let you guys if you have any questions, just let me know along the way, or now is fine too, and we can get started.
Thank you very much. So it is 7:56, and we will now conduct the administrative hearing.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. On December the 21st, the City Council authorized a request for proposals for a wholly locally owned cannabis business operating permit for retail dispensary. The RFP stated proposal will be required to be submitted by 4 p.m. on Friday, February 4th. Section 9 of the RFP had the submittal instructions, which stated the requirements, which also included that it was due no later than Friday, February 4th by 4 p.m. for Phase 1, and that late proposals will not be considered and will be returned to the applicant unopened, and the city assumes no responsibility for delays caused by delivery service. Postmarking of due date will not substitute for actually timely receipt. And a proposal with the return address listed as Mr. Garrett and Ms. Marrero arrived at City Hall at 4:06, which is 6 minutes after the submission deadline. In accordance with the RFP, the submission has not been opened. The RFP submission package is documented to enter the southern entrance of City Hall near the Finance Department Utility Division at 4:06 p.m. On February 8th, Mr. Garrett and Ms. Marrero were notified that the RFP submission was received after the deadline of 4 p.m. Mr. Garrett submitted a letter appealing the determination the RFP submission for Bloom Farms was after 4 p.m., as well as a copy of an automated generated email from Public Purchase, which is the service that is used for RFPs, that the online procurement software, which stated the RFP was scheduled to close on February 4th at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. The city staff noticed Mr. Garrett's appeal and has attached it to the report here. The city has video documentation that shows Ms. Marrero entering the southern entrance of City Hall at 4:06, which has been provided in the staff report. Staff review the evidence provided stating the RFP on public purchase was set to close at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Mountain Standard Time is 1 hour ahead of Pacific Standard Time, as you all know. The settings on public purchase were evaluated and confirmed to be correct. Staff has contacted Public Purchase to ensure moving forward the emails generated from their website and the system will be in Pacific Standard Time. Chapter 612 of the Porterville Development Ordinance establishes the procedures for appeal, which has been followed by this, and staff's recommendation is that the City Council consider the appeal and render a decision in accordance with the city's procedures. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Tate, do you have questions from staff?
No, I don't have any questions.
Councilmember Reyes?
I know you said it, but the date that, the first possible date that the application could have been turned in prior to the deadline was, what was the date again? I mean, I know it, but I'm just asking it for clarification for the process.
So the RFP was issued in January of 2022.
And so then it could be completed as soon as they receive the documentation and filled out the paperwork.
Correct. We just had it in most RFPs, actually in all RFPs that I've been involved in, there's always a cutoff date of submission because that's there has to be an end to it. So this submission was established to be 4 p.m. on that day.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stowe?
I do have a question. Did the clerk return the submittal, or did you keep it?
The submittal is in my office unopened as I spoke with Mr. Garrett, and we had a conversation at the counter that he was going to appeal, which, he brought the appeal in, and so submission is unopened. I was going to, we spoke at the return, but since he was appealing it, we were going to have this discussion for the appeal. This decision tonight will render if that package is returned unopened or if it is opened and reviewed.
Okay.
That was your question?
That was my question.
That was your question, thank you. Vice Mayor?
I don't think I have any questions. I'm just viewing the documents in front of me.
Thank you. My echo question would have been the same one that Councilmember Stowe had with regard to where the package was and where it is right now. And I can appreciate that, knowing that. At this time, Please.
If I may, for clarification from Mr. Ridenour, is there another application fee if somebody had already applied? Is there a second application fee that's required?
No, the city council established that if an applicant is reapplying with the same location, that there is to be no application fee for the process. So thinking that my understanding through conversation with Mr. Garrett, that his application's for the same location, there'd be no fee that would be required. Now, if they included a fee, that would be returned to them.
Thank you for that.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Please.
One question on the RFP process, just to be clear also. When an RFP is posted, how is that done?
So all the departments within the city work with the finance department, who has a purchasing agent. The finance department will issue a public notice on that. So it will go in the paper, is also on the city's website. So that information is available in those locations. And I see Ms. Bemis is online as well and can step in if I have misspoken for her.
Please, go ahead, council member.
The applicants that applied prior to this, or the first initial one, were they sent a letter letting them know that it was going to be a wholly local process in the future?
Staff did not reach out to any specific company, notifying anybody any different manner of the RFP. The process was transparent and open through open session in city council, as well as we noticed it in the legally appropriate manner.
Thank you.
And I just want to, I know it's in here, but I just have the time, the MST, Mountain Standard Time, for somebody to look at it would be confusing, and you have the communication with them with regard to our time, Pacific Standard Time?
I spoke with Ms. Bemis, who has that contract with Public Purchase, and so she communicated with Public Purchase about that. But yes, I do see that, Mayor.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I
Please, go
follow up,
ahead.
was there any rationale given to why even though the contracts and the applicants are based here, why it would show up in Mountain Time? Would it be geocoded to where the applicant is submitting things from, or is there any explanation for how that would?
No, sir. I believe it was more than likely a glitch in their system.
And because I don't know, I'm going back to the Mountain Standard Time, and I'm going about to the synchronization of their time. Do they control the time? I mean, as far as how it's synchronized?
How I can answer that question is that when it was reviewed on our side, and Ms. Bemis went through it and showed me on the settings that our settings were confirmed, and I saw that she confirmed in front of me that our settings for the item was for Pacific Standard Time.
Thank you.
Also, the RFP itself. So the software system is just a means of notification. The RFP itself, which was completed, indicated 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Okay.
I would say this isn't the sole source of time relaying what time is there. It was also contained itself in the RFP that the council approved for distribution.
Thank you. Council members, did you have more questions of staff?
Yeah, and when I'm
Please.
reading this letter.
Please.
So I'm assuming this package wasn't time stamped, maybe because it's after the period of 4 p.m. Are any of the packets stamped as we receive them?
Yes, the packages were stamped. So on the delivery date, interesting enough, I had a meeting at 4 o'clock. So I was like expecting said delivery because I knew Mr. Garrett was going to, so staff knew that they were coming in. I could look at I don't have the box obviously in front of me to confirm the timestamp, but we do have the timestamp of I was notified that it had arrived late, and I received images of the video footage, which was included in the staff report of the package entering City Hall at 4:06 p.m.
Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions, but I have a disclosure as before we move on to
Please.
any parts. So I just wanted to disclose that I've received numerous text communications from Mr. Garrett over the process of this time, most of which were answered in simple regard to the process that was already in place, but also just recognizing that there are written communications that I've received from Mr. Garrett that are probably too many to go through or describe at this point, although I will be listening to the testimony, just reflecting on those messages, and just wanted to disclose that I had indeed received text messages from Mr. Garrett.
Thank you very much, and I too will make a disclosure because I can appreciate Mr. Garrett emailing me after the last city council meeting and before you're filing the appeal, and choosing to have the discussion with you here publicly, which is why there was not a response, so that we can make a collective decision here on the dais and have the transparency here. But I do want to thank you for your communication. Are there any other council members that have received communication?
I received communication as well, but due to the possible appeal, I did not respond.
Thank you. Any other?
I haven't responded to any communication for the same reasons.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
I don't think I've received any.
You didn't get any,
If it is,
okay.
it went to the box that came
Oh,
back.
all right, all right. Thank you for that. And I really appreciate the disclosures, which is something that has to be brought forward because this is Mr. Garrett's appeal, and legal counsel, I'm looking at you now
I
since
was
we
just going
have
to say,
no
if you
other.
guys are ready, you can certainly invite the appellant to come up and actually speak on their behalf, or whoever they'd like on their behalf.
I appreciate that. Mr. Garrett, Ms. Moreno? Okay, thank you.
Well, I know over the last, I don't know when this started, 2.5, 3 years ago, that there was probably a lot of mistakes made, you know, through the city and maybe through some of the applicants itself, because it was, I think, a learning experience for everybody that was involved. I think the Mountain Standard Time, you know, for an RFP, on our end, when we're looking at that, you know, we're looking at 5 p.m. on the public purchasing website, and real little letters, they have MT, whatever the abbreviation is for that Mountain Standard Time, MST. Like I said before, I didn't get involved in this to cause conflict with the city. I've never had conflict with the city. You know, I've done a lot of good things in the community over the years. And, you know, I mean, the faith of Bloom's Farms is really in your guys' hands, you know. I mean, I hope that you guys vote yes for us. I think that we have it in our best interest, in our best hearts, in our minds to do what's right for the community when it comes to this type of business. I think it's a business that has to be considered very heavily because we are talking about cannabis, which some people do use it for medication, and other people use it to stay stoned all day long, you know, so it's something that has to be taken very, very seriously and not lightly. I don't take cannabis very lightly. I have, you know, addicts that are real close to me that are in my family, one being my brother. So I do take this as a very serious business as far as an opportunity. I mean, you hear people come up here and yell and scream, oh God, we're gonna make millions of dollars selling cannabis. That's not the case. If they've done their homework, by the time you pay the state taxes, the city taxes, the federal taxes, I mean, there's just not a whole lot left on the plate. But we really feel like we're a good fit. I mean, we've been here from the beginning. We've showed interest from the beginning that we were interested in the license. Even when the license sat dormant for a long time, nothing was said because of COVID. I had a conversation with Mr. Reyes, letting him know that I was still interested in the cannabis licensing. At that time, he told me that they needed to find a new ad hoc, somebody to help him with the ad hoc decisions. And then the next thing I know, it was going out for rebid, which at that time I wasn't very happy about because, I mean, we spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money in preparing the first application. But I hope that you guys consider my appeal, and I hope that you would approve it. I think that that's the right thing to do at this point. That's about really all I have to say. I mean, it's just, it's in the hands of our city officials. So, you know, like my wife said when I left the house, I mean, you have to trust what, you know, your city officials are saying. You guys are the ones that are elected in that position. So, well, really all I have to say is that it's really confusing when you look at that public purchasing website, which they send you that email, and it says 5 p.m., and in real small lettering, it says MST, I think is what it says. Well, we're from here. We're not used to dealing with Mountain Standard Time. We're used to dealing with, I guess, Pacific Time. And, you know, like I said, in my experiences in bidding, I don't know how, I was talking to Jason, he was explaining it to me. I mean, and I know you guys have a roofing bid coming up pretty soon. And you're going to have a deadline on that. And I've delivered hundreds and hundreds of roofing bids in my career. And I know that when I was late getting it there, they refused to take my bid and say, hey, you're late, you know, even if you're 1 second late. Our bid was received. They did take the bid. It wasn't time-stamped at the time that they took our bid. Now, one thing where I think there was some confusion at was it doesn't state in the RFP that if we were a previous applicant that we don't have to pay again. So when my aunt took the package up to the counter, the cashier's check was on top of the box. If we would have known that we didn't have to pay again, first of all, there wouldn't have been a cashier's check. But at the time, the lady told her that she needed to open the box, put the cashier's check inside the box, and retape it. Now, during a bidding process, that could take 5 or 6 minutes to do that. I'm not for sure. But she had to cut the box open, put the cashier's check in there, and then retape it. But it doesn't say anywhere that I could find in the RFP that says that we didn't have to pay again. So we did submit the cashier's check to the city for the second payment to be able to bid again. So I guess my plea is with you is that, you know, we've been through a lot in this process. I mean, a lot of time. I've been in so many different business meetings that this is probably the most stressful business dealings I've had anything to do with, because it's been such a long, drawn-out process. I mean, due to COVID, like I think I sent Mr. Reyes an apology email letting him know that, you know, I don't know your guys' stress in the positions that you stand in, you know, so I really can't comment why you make the decisions that you make. But I know in my business I have to make decisions sometimes that are not all favorable to everybody, but at the same time, I'm just here to say I think I'm a good fit for the city. I mean, we were doing city things for the city, you know, 15 years prior to this cannabis thing ever coming up. Feeding the homeless, giving donations to different charities, doing river cleanups, you know, and then we got other guys coming in here, which I've already explained. I don't want to keep going over it, but they come in here and promise you the world. Well, we're going to come in here and we're going to do this for the city of Porterville. Well, you know, my comment is, where are they at? What have they done since they have been, I guess, awarded the license? I haven't seen them do anything for the city of Porterville. That kind of upsets me whenever somebody comes in and, you know, to me, if God puts something on your heart that says, hey, go over here and help the river get cleaned up, you're going to do it because that's what's on your heart. You're not going to do it to try to win favoritism for the city council to get voted yes to get a cannabis license. We've been doing things for the city for several years. I mean, a lot of years. I could prove it to you. I mean, it's just the way it is. But we're just kind of here. We're at the mercy of our elected officials to say yes or no tonight, and I hope that you could vote yes and we get continue on about the program. One thing about our cannabis shop is we were kind of out of sight, out of mind with the kids. I mean, I think that's very, very important to not put this in the face of our children. I mean, that would be a crucial mistake for the city. I mean, that would be very, very sad to be driving down the road and I got my 2 granddaughters in my truck and I'm have to explain to them what that cannabis shop is that we're sitting in front of. I mean, I think that would be a crucial mistake, but I'm not an elected official. I mean, I'm just a citizen of Porterville. But I hope that you guys accept my appeal. We're not here to, I'm not in the position where I need the money from a cannabis shop. I had to do a lot of praying on this. And my mom even called me and said, son, my mom's a Christian lady. She said, son, why would you want to take a chance on losing your salvation? And I said, Mom, I prayed on it a lot. And I said, if people are going to come into Porterville from a different town, a different city, cannabis is coming whether we like it or whether we don't like it. But if it's going to come from a different city and we could take the money and do good things for our community, then it would be a win-win because cannabis is coming whether we like it or not. And I really had to do a lot of praying because when my children were growing up, I was totally anti-cannabis. I mean, if my kids came home, I went through it. My son came home high, I said, hey, get out. He joined the military, he's married now, he works for me full-time, and he's doing great. But he's a full-grown man, and if he wants to sit home and smoke a joint, there's nothing I can do about it at this point. But I think it's very important that this is a very serious subject that the city has got itself into cannabis, and it should be taken very seriously and not lightly whatsoever. Like I said, I don't want to pull up to a corner, and I'm sure nobody in this room wants to pull up to a corner, and we have to explain to our grandchildren what a cannabis shop is. I mean, especially 5, 6, 7 years old. It's kind of like whenever we were growing up, I grew up poor, and I would see the gangsters on the street listening to rap music with gold chains. Well, I thought, man, that's cool. But in reality, it's really not cool. But to me as a young kid, that looked very, very interesting, So I think one thing about me as a person in the cannabis business that I would commit a lot of my time and effort to make sure that none of the cannabis that we were selling got into the hands of children. And we surely wouldn't put it out there so the kids could actually see what is going on in that in particular establishment, So, if you vote no tonight, I know why you would vote no. It's because I got a praying mom that says she don't want me to have a cannabis license, but that's the way it is. I don't know what else to say. It's up you guys are the elected officials. I want to respect that. I've had many meetings with John throughout the years, I don't know, 4 or 5, and we've always had good meetings. And, during this process, we hear a lot of things. They're probably not true. Probably some things got me excited. We hear a lot of things from different outsiders, from different people in town. Well, Mr. Garrett, they're never going to give you a cannabis license because the city just don't like you. You hear things like that. And then you hear, just different rumors that kind of go on, which I probably shouldn't have acted on, but at the time I was pretty kind of high-strung and probably sent out an email. I think I sent you an apology email, didn't I, to the city, to the city manager's office. I think I sent you one, Mr. Reyes. I think I talked to them the most, so I sent them an apology email. I mean, like I said, the last thing I wanted to do is get involved in an RFP process that would cause any kind of conflict with me, my family, or the city of Porterville. We've been here all of our lives. We raised kids here. We got businesses here. So, you know, I hope you guys approve my appeal, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett, hold on. Legal counsel, is this where counsel could ask questions of Mr. Garrett?
You bet.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to, hold on, because if council members have questions for you, we're going to get you while you're standing right there. How's that?
All right.
Councilmember Tate, do you have any questions for Mr. Garrett?
Could I waive this opportunity and listen to the questions you ask and then go from there? Could I
Okay.
ask, could I ask in a little
Councilmember
bit
Reyes?
something?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Garrett. Understanding, especially concerning the comments that you mentioned where you may have heard things from outside sources and possibly reacted to those statements. And I think it's much the same for us, except for the statements that I'm going to ask you a clarifying question about were made tonight, in fact. And so my question to you is that, and with the exception of Ms. Marrero, who got up, we know she speaks on your behalf. Of those who did get up and speak on your behalf, some of which were insulting to us, insulting to the process. Yes, absolutely. Some presenting misinformation and some just presenting out-and-out lies. Do you accept their advocacy on your behalf, and should we consider that as testimony in your favor during this process?
I think that I speak for myself, you know. If you had people come up, I thought were, not everybody, but there were some people that came up here that were very rude, and I don't condone any behavior like that. I mean, it should have been a whole lot more respectful, but I don't have anything to do with them. I can't prevent what they say. One person that was really in particularly rude, I mean, he made a phone call to me and asked me if I was going to be at the city council, and I said, yeah, we didn't discuss anything. I mean, they pretty much got up and said what they felt like they needed to say. As far as anyone being rude to you, I condone that. I mean, that's not a very polite thing to do to anybody, much less the city of Porterville and the city officials. So I hope I answered your question. I mean,
yes,
I personally didn't have anything to do with being rude to you.
I think that's where I was going to because I think it would be a remarkable strategy if you would have asked for that to be done on your behalf. I don't think that would be something that would present your.
That's not my personality. I'm not I can handle my own business. I really don't try to get involved in anybody's business but my own. I have received a lot of phone calls from different people in town, business people, ask me why we were not awarded the license or what's going on, you know, and I said, well, I mean, we're going to find out whenever I go to the appeal process. And they said, well, do you want us to go down there with you? And I'm like, well, you know, I mean, it's a free world. You can do what you want. But I haven't asked anybody to get up here and speak on my behalf or Mrs. Marrell's behalf. I mean, I've been in business for 38 years, and I know how to, I get a little nervous behind the mic, but I know how to control myself too, you know. And I'm not a rude person.
And
I wouldn't be rude to you, and I wouldn't want you to be rude to me. I think any text I ever sent you, I don't think that nothing was rude on the text. I mean, I think you got an email that was probably a little rude, but I think during that process, I was getting a lot of information from, you know, people, and I was like, well, what's going on here? I mean, I was getting information like, hey, you know, Darren, you're never going to get that license because the city of Porterville just doesn't like you. And as time went on, I mean, we're talking 2.5 years, and I can understand why you guys don't return my emails or my phone call. Well, you return my phone calls, but I can understand why you don't, because if you do, it might feel like you're, you know, because of the situation, it's kind of delicate. you know, so I think I got kind of a little upset that I wasn't getting, you know, phone calls or emails returned, but now that we're farther, you know, I don't know how all of this really works,
And
but I'm learning.
And that's understandable. And I think really, just if I may, one more question, and I'm just looking for an honest answer, because I think, you know, to get to the heart of this matter, this question is important. Now, I know that there's a dispute over the amount of time that of the deadline that you know, had been assigned for this process of 6 minutes, but there's also a very large balance of time before that deadline that the application and all the pertinent details could have been turned in. And I just want to hear from you, what would you say to someone who asked why it wouldn't have come in earlier than it did?
And I'll be honest with you, I own a business in Nevada, so I spend quite a bit of time in Nevada. It's a fairly large business. I own 2 businesses there. I spend a lot of time there. So I basically put all of the, while I was over there, I was on a project for Caesars Entertainment. Now, in their contracts, the owner is required to be on the job, and we're talking a $2.8 million roof. I'm required to be there. If I leave the project, that's kind of a violation of my whole contract with them as a vendor, so I couldn't leave. So I was contacting my Aunt Maria, which was trying to put all of this together during the process of getting over COVID. So she was under a lot of pressure of getting this put together. Now, me and her were on the phone a lot, and I said, well, it's 5 o'clock, Maria. I thought it was 5 because I looked at the Mountain Standard Time. She said, no, it's 4, and I said 5, but I never seen the Mountain Standard Time. So I said, okay, as long as you get it there by 5, we're good. So I think that there was just a lot of mix-up between that time. But it was also awful hard on her because she was just recovering from getting over COVID. But, you know, she's kind of my right-hand person in this project. And, I mean, that's the truth. I was in Nevada working, bringing my money to Porterville to reinvest. That's what I was doing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, did you have questions?
Just one. Mr. Garrett, as far as I'm concerned, you definitely brought out why I voted against dispensaries because of our
I
youth.
can't hear you, Mr. Stowe.
He can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse the mess. I said, as far as I'm concerned, you definitely brought out why I voted against dispensaries because of our youth. You know, seeing it being, you know, sold in storefronts. But should the appeal process come out in your favor and your packet is incomplete, would you accept that outcome?
Okay, ask me the question one more time.
Okay. If the appeal process should come out in your favor and your packet that you have, if they have actually, is incomplete, would you accept that outcome?
Yes, because I'm 100% sure positive that our packet is complete.
Okay, very good.
The same packet we turned in last time.
Very good. That's,
I don't
okay.
accept it.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for that question. Vice Mayor?
I believe I wrote a lot of notes here while you were talking, but also during the dialogue. One of my main questions was the question that Councilmember Reyes asked about the RFP timeline and why, I guess, the late or last minute submission. You answered that. Thank you for being
I
honest.
could reevaluate that a little bit too, because I've been in business for 37 years as a roofing contractor in 2 different states. And as roofing contractors, whenever we turn in a bid package, we never try to get the bid there like the day before or 15 minutes before. It's usually about 5 minutes before, just because, I mean, there's so much process going on there. So it's probably that kind of, like I said, during the process, my aunt was sick, but you know, we're built to do that as contractors, to turn our bid in right before the deadline and not prior to the deadline.
Thank you. I think, first of all, I just wanted to state for the record that, Mr. Garrett, I don't know you until you coming in here and hearing you. So that's my knowledge of you is the words that you come in here and share, you know, about wanting to really get through this process, how complex it is and things like that. So I appreciate all the things that you've shared over the times you've been in council, sharing, trying to follow this complex process and working with the staff. So that's my knowledge and awareness of you and this process. And I sympathize with that because it does sound like complex. As I came in, I was out on conflict of those COVID meetings or on these cannabis meetings and some of the votes. So I had to catch up as well. But I think all of that, we really relied on the staff to kind of hear us, go through those guidelines, the timelines, and the different process that you all had to do. Sounded like a lot. But I think, one of the things about the staff was, I guess this is a question, was Mr. Ridenhour available to work with people that submitted questions about the timelines or even the check that you brought up? You weren't aware that for sure that you had to resubmit payment or not. If they have questions along the way, are you able to answer those, or is it just it's on them and they do what they need to?
Yes, but the questions through the RFP were directed to be going through public purchase. And so as they go through the public purchase, and so when staff would respond or issue any statement, it would then go to everybody who registered for the project or who downloaded the RFP. They would then be notified of that. So that creates a situation to where there's not one applicant that is speaking with me that would perhaps have special treatment. We wanted through this whole process to have everybody to have the equal treatment. And so that's how that process is set up.
Okay, thank you. And so the work that I do too, I have the same experience that we submit grants and we collect RFPs. And we have a policy internally, I was just talking about this today, that we never submit less than 24 hours before because it always happens that there's some type of glitch or, technical problem or something. So I just, it makes it really hard on us to have the issue be that is 4 o'clock and then the camera showing that you guys came in after 4 o'clock, even just entered the building after 4. So that really makes it hard. I will say the one thing that for me gives me a problem is that 5 p.m. Mountain Time, just to throw in some more confusion. I think for me, that gives me a little bit of an issue, but even though the RFP is clear, it said if that said 4 p.m., for me, that would be the only one thing that really bothers me. And I don't have any more questions at this time.
Mr. Garrett, I want to say thank you. One of the questions was already asked with regard to by Councilmember Reyes, but I really want to emphasize your sincerity as you were answering the questions that were important to us, because I too was wondering if those that were advocating and were directed to us, what part they played in being an advocate for what they were trying to come across with your presentation this evening. This is your hearing, and I know and I understand you have been through a lot from the beginning. And when you presented the last time, I indicated that it was that there is a process, and I looked at legal counsel who was here, and that's where you and staff got in touch so that you are here this evening. I appreciate Councilmember Stowe with regard to the packet that was submitted, that whatever the outcome is, if council decides to go in the direction of putting the process in your favor, that you are accepting of what is in the package that was submitted that you're confident that the package is complete?
Yes.
Okay. The MST time was really something that I was having a problem with, and I don't deny it. That was from the beginning. When I saw it and when I looked at it and I downloaded the document, because I saw Mountain Standard Time, and I'm thinking anybody that would read something as such would look at it and would, because MST and 5 o'clock. And that's why I was asking if there was any synchronization, but it said, the letter says 4 o'clock, the package is sitting here somewhere in the office, in an office. And as I looked at it, Vice Mayor was asked the same and added to it. Does Ms. Marrero wish to say anything? Or are you the one speaking to this behalf to all of it? Because she can have a window. I'm giving her the window, yes, because this is your hearing, and we want to make sure that we hear the both of you to this regard, because we had questions. And it was important that we hear Mr. Garrett, but also we know that it is important to hear you.
When I registered, because you guys brought up the RFP process, it came out January 2nd, the RFP.
I think so.
I was unable to register, put in the info, same info, until January 15th. I got my letter back saying the city of Porterville invites you to this RFP process. That's when it finally took. So between the first part of January to January 15th, that it accepted my registration, he was in Nevada and I couldn't get it to work. Finally, on the 15th, I got my welcome to the city of Porterville. City of Porterville welcomes you. That's 2 weeks lost. So trying to just change dates because it couldn't be identical, the dates had to change, timelines had to change. So going in there, trying to do that. But you mentioned at the last minute, those last 24 hours, I have a great printer at home. It's black and white. Our RFP, we wanted it to be presentable in color. I go to our Staples in Porterville, and their printers are down, and the other one's telling me, oh, it's going to be at least 48 hours. No, you can't do that to me. I stood there, and Staples will only allow you 32 pages, max 40, if you use a credit card. I kept trying to do 40 pages at a time. It's 249 pages that we turned in. So, as a realtor, I come to my office on Main Street, and I look at the broker and say, I need to print. Of all days, the paper shipment hadn't come in. So do what you got to do. It was madness. I spent all morning just making copies that should have literally took me an hour. So yes, last minutes don't work. They're really hard. Was it part of it? Just everything. Life in general stopped. On top of that, the frustration. It has been frustrating because, like you have heard things, we've heard a lot of stuff. We've been patiently waiting for 2 years. Again, yes, I understand that not all of us agree. I don't agree either. I raised 9 children. Not one of my children smoked pot in my house. I shook them down. I made sure they adhered to the law because I was a deputy sheriff, and you would not smoke pot in my house. You still don't smoke pot in my house. No underage drinking, no pot smoking. And you can ask any of my children, but we're doing it for a whole different purpose. It's coming. It's voted. It's here, all around us. It's always been here, just illegal. United States of America has voted for most all states that marijuana is okay, consumption's okay. But we're letting this money go somewhere else. We are wholly local. I went to every elementary school here, graduated Menachie. Darren's born and raised here. I couldn't ask for a better nephew. I have a huge family. I bet you if I mention my family names, you all know them. But we're the only ones that applied. We had one other company out of Woodlake. That is not wholly local. We are downtown Porterville. We want your support. We're asking for your support. I can't ask anymore, but that day was horrible. That day was horrible. And yes, you know, I don't know what else to say, but I think we proved that we're the only applicants. Wholly local. You're gonna kick me? I'm responsible for those 6 minutes, not Darren Garrett. He wasn't even here. He was back in Nevada that day. I'm responsible for, again, being late after everything went bad. Everything went bad that day. But I went to the wrong window because that's what I did the time before. I followed the same thing. I'm still applying. I'm still wholly local. And then to find out you kicked me out for 6 minutes and we're the only applicant? You guys made mistakes the first time too when on the application. You said nobody applied for the medical. We applied for the medical. We didn't even have to go through the changes. You could have gave it to us the first time around. Our scores were great. We passed. We're not going to dig that part up. We're asking for your support. I mean, I'm saying it, but what can we do? It's behind us. I'm late.
And
Please.
if I may, since you did dig it up,
Yeah.
you said you weren't, and then you proceeded to dig it up. There was no mistake. There was no RFP open for a medicinal cannabis dispensary. And I'm sure Mr. Garrett in the roofing industry, I mean, there was talk about it, but these were for the two licenses.
Okay,
Excuse me.
yes.
And I'm sure Mr. Garrett would agree that one roof is not another roof. And so once you can't just apply to do 1,000 square feet and then have 100,000 square feet and it's the same application. It's simply not that it doesn't work that way. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous to make a parallel by saying you're not going to bring it up and that's past us, but you just brought it up.
Yes, I
So
did bring that up.
That is an
I apologize if
no.
it offended you.
Well, well, you didn't offend me. You just proved that you're full of inaccuracies.
No.
And I think you have just presented some inaccuracies, and I think that doesn't work on your behalf.
Yeah. I'll apologize.
Like I said, I'm not here to get into a conflict with the city. I'm not here to cause any problems with the city or to have any rudeness going on with the city. I'm here as the owner of Bloom's Farms to ask the city to approve my appeal. And like I said, I don't know how the other cannabis companies feel, but I am a firm and a very strong, firm believer that this needs to stay out of the presence of our youth and our children. And I think, like I said, during the process of this application, like I said, my mother's a Christian woman, I'm a Christian man. And it was a hard decision to even fill the application out. I mean, I prayed. My mom said, hey, son, do you want to lose your salvation over owning a cannabis club? You know, I mean, that's a tough question. I mean, it really is. I mean, when your own mother is asking you that question. And I said, well, you know, Mom, I said, I want to be responsible about the management of the cannabis, as responsible as I can for the community, and especially for the youth. Like I said, and I've been in here many times, and you're welcome to call the PAR Center. I have literally sent 22 people, addicts, to the PAR Center, and I have paid for it. One being, about a year and a half ago, I got a letter from the city saying that I had a homeless guy living underneath the awning of my building on the corner of Main and Mill. And I went over there and I met with him and I said, well, I mean, if this is really the only place you have to get cover, then I understand it. And my wife has a big heart. She went back the next day. We put the guy through the PAR Center. The guy works a full-time job over at Amazon in Visalia, and it's changed his life. And to me, that's what it's all about in a community, is one person maybe giving the next person a little bit of hope. If you could give that person hope, you could give them faith. And that's what changes our community. I'm sure that everybody in this room has seen our Porterville change over the last 10 years dramatically. We got people walking down the street talking to themselves, screaming at themselves. I mean, it's a horrible situation. But, you know, if we just could change one person's life, then it's worth it, no matter what we do. If we could reach one and change his life, then it really changes the community, you know, because maybe that person will go out and touch somebody else. Maybe that person will go out and touch somebody else. So I'm just here telling you that I would like the city's support. I think that it would be a proven fact that we would have the support from the community that would do business in a local-owned company rather than companies out of LA, which I'm asking for your support. I mean, I've been here for 58 years. I've supported our community for a very long time. I know I say I'm gone a lot in Nevada, but next year I retire. My kids will be taking over my businesses, so I'll have a lot of time to be spending here in Porterville and at home. But I'm just being sincere, trying to be open-hearted, tell you what kind of person I am.
And
like
I want to
said,
thank you for that. I have a question for legal counsel to this regard. If, I'm not saying it is, but if this is something that does go in his favor, Public Works will handle all the scoring to see if they meet the criteria?
We're having a third party look at them, right?
Okay.
Third party, I think it's a,
That's what I meant, public.
yeah.
I'm sorry, okay.
That's okay. Yeah, no, there's a third party, and maybe Jason, you're probably better off answering this than me.
So
Hi. Please, I
Mayor.
I apologize for
The
that.
process will be initial phase 1 review is just a staff review, as was before, to ensure that the site that's been proposed is in accordance with the ordinance, as well as just to review and see if there's any red flags to provide the applicant, and then for this one also to review that there is all the components included that would, you know, such as business license or utility bill or something of that nature that proves that they are wholly local in accordance with the definition within the RFP. And so that would be done. And then after that, there is a time frame that has been provided.
So it's the completeness of the package. Staff is just looking at it for the
Yeah,
completeness
we're
of the
just saying that
package.
it's that it.
Evaluation itself, though, is going to go to.
The evaluation is with third-party evaluation, and then the
Thank
council
you.
will determine.
That clarifies that. I
I
appreciate
have a
it.
question real quick for Jason maybe, or I think maybe he can
Well, you
answer
can
it.
ask the question and we can,
Somebody, so if it does go in our favor tonight, do we pay the other $8,500 for third-party review? I think that's what it was, I'm not for sure.
No, tonight is just determining whether or not it gets accepted as,
Okay, but earlier, if I heard it right, they said that we didn't have to pay the fees again, correct?
right, you will not owe, if you.
If it's a
if
sec-
they
if it's a
return it,
sec-
you're not paying the fee. If they accept it, you're still getting your money back because you've already paid the fee. The fee was for the first time. The city council decided in one of the many meetings when they were talking about how they were going to do this wholly local process,
Okay.
that they were not going to require those that had already submitted applications to pay again. But yeah, so that's.
If it is the same, if it is the same as before. If
Same
there's a
place.
change in location, it is a new
Then it's a new
application. And it would be a new fee.
I got it, okay.
the location is still the same?
Go out, ma'am.
The location is still the same?
Everything is the same.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if there's one piece that I'm a little bit downhearted about is as the council member who brought that forward to carry the fees over for, because we didn't know at first whether other people were going to drop out or not qualify. I truly thought that was one of the most beneficial nuggets of the entire process, which I'm a little downhearted that didn't translate into this process, but I'm glad we're able to clarify that now. And that there's some fees, as a matter of fact, that the third party, which some of them are recoverable by us or repeatable by us, although that one is not necessarily something that's recoverable by us. That's something that we're just going to have to wind into the process. So in that sense, I mean, it is truly a benefit of taking part in that first process, which, when I say downhearted, I think that there have been several comments that indicate that we were double dipping or asking for more money. And as the person who brought that forward in that motion to add that, I knew that that was absolutely wrong. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to speak
Please.
if that's okay. I'll take my turn. We've never met. When this law was approved, I was on that side of the mic. And I have my own reasons for suggesting way back then when the law was approved that the city, they wound up putting it on the ballot. The voters voted for it. I support it. I understand your frustration. I know that people talk amongst themselves, but I really think that we all need to be very objective, which I am, because I'm looking at, I just want it to work. Whatever we decide to do, I just want it to work. But do know that these laws are fluid and they're constantly changing. So there's always going to be something in this business, I'm quite sure, for the right reasons. So, and I don't really have any questions, but the reason I withheld my questions or comments is because I haven't been a part of this whole process, and so I wanted to listen to what they had to say, the rest of the members of the council, and then hear your responses. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any more questions? No further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to council for direction.
So you can,
Oh,
I'll just to let you know what you can do at this point.
Please.
Your options are you can make a motion to accept the appeal and allow the application to go forward. You can make a motion to reject the appeal. From a legal standpoint, I think you have the ability, this is your favorite position to be in, I'm sure, but you have the ability to do either. I think that technically, given what's been presented under, just by virtue of the statements on both sides, frankly, from the city and the applicant, was that it did come in late. I think that the applicant, explained potential reasons for that, but it did come in late. So I think you have the ability to reject, but I think you also have the ability to waive. So I just wanted to give you guys that information. I have not advised staff on this at all, and not been involved in it in the appeal process, so that I could be your counsel and address you as the appellant body tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you have heard from legal counsel what our options are. The motion to accept appeal and to move forward with or the motion to reject the appeal. How does council wish to proceed?
Okay, Your Honor, I was going to mention that Mrs. Garrett, I too had a praying mother. But one of the things she taught me was that to be fair when it's warranted. And if I may, Your Honor, I move that we accept the appeal because I think it's only fair at 6 minutes and with the confusion of with the Mountain Standard Time, and I just think it's only a fair, to these people in this company because they're a small company. They don't have a lot of staff, I'm sure, like we talked about getting stuff in 24 hours, and that's very hard to do when you're a small company. So I make a motion to accept the appeal.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have second to accept the appeal. No further discussion. Let's call for the vote. Passes unanimous. The motion to accept the appeal 5-0. Thank you very much. It is 8:56 and we will take a 10-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now resume the meeting, and we will go into item number 20, second readings.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a conflict of, a real property conflict of, bright line conflict of interest and need to excuse myself.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have one second reading before you this evening, and that is Ordinance 1891, approving a zone change, PRC 2020-044 from RS1, very low density residential, to RS2, low density residential for APNs 245, 010, 037, 041, and 087. This ordinance was approved at the council meeting of March 1st and was given first reading by title only and has been printed. And staff's recommendation is that the City Council give second reading by title only to Ordinance 1891, waive further reading, and adopt said ordinance.
Thank you very much. Council, how do you wish to proceed? Any questions for Ms. Hildreth, or how do you wish to proceed? Item number 20.
No questions. I'd like to make a motion for City Council to give second reading by title only to Ordinance 1891, waive further reading, and adopt the said ordinance.
We have a motion by the Vice Mayor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by Councilmember Tate. No discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you.
May I read by title only, please? Ordinance number 1891, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville approving a zone change, PRC 2020-044, from RS1, very low density residential, to RS2, low density residential for APNs 245, 010, 037, 041, and 087. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where's Mr. Lawless? We need to call him back in.
He's coming, I think. I texted him.
Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you so much. We will now move on to scheduled matters. Item 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have three scheduled matters this evening. The first is to consider bid results from Fire Management Office remodel project, and Mr. Sanchez will provide the staff report virtually.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. On February 1st, council authorized advertisement for bids on the Fire Management Office remodel project. On March 8th, we received a single bid for the project. The project includes the extension of the desk area where the former city manager's office was, and some floor work. And to close off that office space to provide some additional space for the fire chiefs now. The estimated probable cost was $25,000, but the sole bid received from TMJ Construction was $36,875, which is 47.5% higher than engineer's estimate. Accounting for construction contingencies and construction management takes a total to $46,875. Staff previously disclosed that there was evidence of some water leaking into the building and that additional repairs may be needed, namely to the floor. And so as part of this request, we're also asking for an additional amount of $13,125 for a total amended project cost of $60,000. It's been the policy of council to reject all bids over 10% of the engineer's estimate. But again, we've been before you several times before. It's just the nature of the market currently. By just receiving one bid, a lot of contractors are still quite busy, and the core supply costs are quite high. So as far as funding, the previous amount approved was $32,500. for as part of the fire equipment replacement fund. But we'd need $27,500 to fully fund this project as presented. So with that, we recommend that City Council award the office remodel project to TMJ Construction in the amount of $36,875. Authorized progress payments up to 95%. Authorized construction contingency of $7,000. Authorized $3,000 for construction management, and authorize an additional $28,500 of additional funds to fully fund the project. That concludes staff's report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for the report. Does council have any questions of Mr. Sanchez? No questions? No questions? Okay. How does council wish to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with this project because due to transportation increase, material increase, and if we should ever get a rain, it's just going to do more damage to that. So we, even though it's 45% over, we need to repair it now because it's just going to increase, down the line if we don't take care of it now.
We have a motion, and that includes all the staff recommendations.
Yes.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now go on to item 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next scheduled matter is to consideration of scheduling City Council goal and priority setting session. As the council is familiar with the exception of Councilmember Tate, who is new, since joining the council, has not been a participant in the council's setting of goals and priorities for the coming fiscal year. City staff has begun its budgetary process in developing its budget for the upcoming 22-23 fiscal year. Next week, we'll be going in depth into our capital improvement projects, the 10-year plan that we present to City Council that's consistent with its direction in the past. And there'll be an update of status as regards to those goals and objectives that have been established. Typical as part of that goal-setting session is a review of those goals, and then any new priority projects or things of that nature are then discussed and considered for inclusion in the budget that's presented to you at the 1st of June. And then, as council is aware, that's your first review of the preliminary budget, providing any further direction, and then we schedule a public hearing for the second meeting of June for adoption for the following year. We have included in the staff report a budget calendar for the council's consideration that would request the scheduling of a study session for Tuesday, April 12th, which is the off Tuesday, as I would say. And it's typically been followed practice that the council has this on an off Tuesday, but there's nothing, I would say, sacred about that. It's really, this is a template to look, to put before the council and looking at scheduling, I guess, backwards from budget adoption in June, when is best for the council to schedule that so that we can make sure that the budget that's presented at the 1st of June is consistent with this direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawless. Has council had time to look at the budget calendar and the timeline with the dates? Are there any questions with council setting the priority project study session?
I have on the 12th. As you know, I coach girls softball,
Yes.
and we're in a tournament that day. But if we can push it back to maybe 6:30, I think I may be able to get back in time. Is that okay?
I have another question.
Sure.
I have another question. 6:30 is what, it's important that we have a study session with all council members present. It is important. And Is there a probability to have it on another date? Or are your Tuesdays taken all the time?
No, I don't think so.
I'm only looking at the 26th because it would be on an off Tuesday, and I know that, and I don't know, that would be April the 26th, but is it something that we would have to have before the April 22nd dates on here?
I'm going to defer to Maria because there's a little bit of, I can't imagine that that presents a difficulty because we do a lot of the pre-planning and involvement. I mean, those are already things that are engaged right now. But I'm going to defer to Maria if there's any challenges that presents in preparing for worksheets from other departments or anything like that.
Before she answers, April 26th.
All right, let's go
Is that
back
what
to
you
April the
said?
12th
Yeah.
and come back, you come back late, you come in later.
Yeah, I have a angiogram UCLA. And
I
won't be able to
understand,
make that,
okay, forget that question. Let's just say, in consideration, let's just go ahead and go back to the April the 12th date and with an emphasis at 6:30 and an emphasis that all council members participate
And I'll do
in
my
the
best
study
to get back.
session.
I promise I'll
Okay.
do my best.
Okay, you heard that, that's a promise.
No, I said I do my best. I said I promise I'll do my best to get back.
Oh, okay. I just
I will
kind
be
of
back.
arranged the wording, rearranged that wording.
I'll get back, I'm sure.
All right, so we will go with the date of April the 12th at 6:30. Do we need to take an action on that?
No, this is just, it was set direction. This was a proposed calendar and really wanted to put it in front of you for, see what the development of the budget looks like
All right.
as you're coming towards June.
Thank you on that, April 12th at 6:30. And we will now move on to the last item. 23.
Thank you, Your Honor. The final scheduled matter this evening has been your regular status and review of proclamation of local emergency for COVID-19. Thought I would provide information as presented by the Tulare County of Tulare COVID website. So this information is readily available to the public on the county's website. So as the council is aware, its initial declaration of local emergency was on March 17th, 2020. It last reviewed and made its determination of local emergency at its meeting on March 1st, 2022. Tulare County statistics as of today, and this is March 15th, 2022, confirmed cases of 102,866, which is an increase of 1,249 over 2 weeks ago. In the 93257 area code, have been confirmed cases of 20,865, which is an increase of 249 cases since March 1st. Deaths increased 64 to 1,362. Recoveries increased 1,825 to 100,652. And active cases as of today are 852, which is a reduction of 640 since 2 weeks ago. In the 93257 area code, there's been a reduction of 212 for a total number of 144. Vaccinations administered increased 4,311 for a total of 280,633. Hospitalizations, and I'm going to give you first the county and then the Sierra Views. So countywide, as of March 15th, is 39, which is a reduction of 39 from 2 weeks ago. Sierra View Medical Center is indicating there are 6 hospitalized, which is a reduction of 7. Confirmed countywide is, out of that 39, 38 are confirmed COVID cases and 1 suspected. So out of the confirmed, that's a reduction of 36. And of the suspected, it's a reduction of 3. At Sierra View, the confirmed cases reduced 6 to 5, and then suspected cases reduced 1. And so there's the 1 suspected case is at Sierra View right now. As the council is aware, California Department of Public Health issued on February 28th, 2022, guidance recommending face coverings for all individuals, public indoors, effective March 1st, as well as terminating universal masking of K-12 and childcare effective March 12th. The CDC reclassified Tulare County from a county of high to medium transmission effective March 10th, 2022. And that's because and if you look at the CDC website, there is a break even at how many cases per 100,000 over a 7-day average, which right now Tulare County is under 10. So it's 9.3 per day per 100,000 on a 7-day average, which places it under 10, which moved it from high transmission to medium. So went from red to yellow transmission. Low is the next designation. A community roundup event that occurred, last was on February 7th, last reported on February 17th through 19th, which saw 1,765 individuals participate, which included 408 first doses, 359 second, and 998 third doses. There was a community roundup event that occurred just this last weekend, which the total number I only have right now, which is 1,076, which shows over the last, if you look backwards, back to January, which saw a high of participation of 3,061. It has progressively been reducing in terms of participation from over 3,000 at the 1st of January to 2,500 at the end of January to 1,700 at the middle of February to essentially middle of March to just over 1,000. So that's been showing kind of consistent with the cases that participation in the vaccination clinics have also been declining along with that. City unpaid utilities for the month of February, this is as of February 28th, so this is a total number of unpaid utilities, is $1,488,227, which is an increase of $61,274 in unpaid utilities since the end of January. How that breaks down is the water fund has an unpaid balance of amount of $747,471. Sewer is $398,855. Refuse is $341,901. And that doesn't include late fees, which has been waived by the City Council through the 1st of April, which stand at $430,194. The city did apply for the state's water arrearage payment program. It applied for just over $1 million at $1,047,000, and it was awarded $324,000 in acceptable reimbursements, is what I say, for qualified individuals. So before the City Council this evening is in your considerations is to review and determine the need for a continued local emergency. There's also a draft resolution, or AB 361, that allows for virtual participation during the state's declaration of emergency. Happy to answer any questions or provide any further information.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Tate, do you have any questions?
And all of you ask questions, and then I would like to
You'll
ask
reserve for comment? Okay, Councilmember Reyes?
Not really a question, but just reiterating, as I've said before, once identifying the incentive program and once the plateau of those people receiving incentives has been reached, or now it's in decline, looking at the timeline of discontinuing that program, but also looking at understanding there's also in the works talk of third boosters, but reserving the ability to do something with that at a later date if it's deemed necessary, but just being cognizant of winding down that effort as people, and I know Porterville has probably the lion's share of vaccinations in the county, so as far as that, I think we've done our part, and just staying in step with what's required of us, I think, is important. So looking at the future of that program, I think, is something we should consider at a future meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
Well, I agree with Councilman Reyes. You know, it has been plateauing out, and I think we probably should have one more, you know, for the people that really want it for the last, because we can always bring it back if necessary. And as well as the, I think everything's flattening out, and, you know, the mask mandate and everything else is, you know, it's probably gonna go away in the next few days. But, you know, I think we ought to keep the AB 361, you know, the local emergency remote access in case, you know, for emergencies or for remote meetings, and if some of us are sick or can't be around others, I think we should keep that in place. But, you know, we are, although I hear there's another variant coming out, so we'll wait and see what happens, you know.
Vice Mayor?
My comment is happy to hear about the, you know, cases continuing to decrease, and hearing that the vaccinations are also decreasing. I think we should look at that and see how long we should continue, if one more, or just, you know, go ahead and discontinue at this time and watch for the need. I know that, you know, we have the roundup events, but there's also, I believe, the hospital that still holds the vaccination clinics, and without the incentives, people are still going there during, you know, different days to get the vaccination regardless of the gift card. So I think we should look at that. But also, I agree with Councilmember Stowe in continuing the AB 361, the remote access, and being able to attend remotely. So like there was a time I had to attend because I wasn't feeling well, and that helped because I was able to still participate. But also I think that for us attending committee meetings, you know, and all those committees that we serve on, and that's part of what we signed up for, was to get business done, and that is a lot of extra work, but even having the access to do that, I think is important. Those are my comments on it.
Thank you. Do you have any comment, Councilmember Tate?
Just that I agree, and it is something that we can revisit as far as, and the COVID clinics will continue with or without incentives, however way we decide to go. And it sounded like Councilmember Stowe was in favor of continuing it for, I don't know,
At least one more time.
at least one more time, okay.
Thank you very much, because I believe it's time that we look at the vaccination effort. The county did put a clinic on Sunday, and it was held at Holy Cross after church, after Mass, and it was from 8:30 to 4:30. So that was a county event, and it was for the whole day. So there are other efforts along with the county and the partnership, and I'm not sure where the hospital would fall in, because this is a project that are they still assisting with the vaccination efforts?
Yeah, actually received a report from Alita, who's been our contact for that, and Sean Roberts. So they've been averaging about 150 over that Thursday, Friday, Saturday when there isn't an incentive program. That's about where they're at now, just for comparison. So even with 1,000, just know it's tenfold what it would be without it. But they have also seen a decline in theirs as well. They anticipate continuing that effort, you know, regardless of.
Correct.
They're not aware of because their contract is with the county, so it's county
Correct.
subcontracting to Sierra View, which subcontracts to Imperial Ambulance. So they're not aware of an ending contract date. I think that is by agreement with the state. When the state announced its smarter plan, it focused on vaccinations and testing. So I would anticipate vaccination efforts to continue. I would say there isn't an end time yet established, is what I would say. The same holds true of the AB 361. So the AB 361 is legislation that is consistent with the state's declaration. And I don't, and given the difficulty it's been to meet Brown Act meetings and I can't tell you how many meetings I've been involved in, they've been waiting on virtual participation to have quorums. That hasn't been an issue for the city council, but it's been an issue for a lot of countywide committees. I think that you're going to find revisions to the Brown Act that will allow for virtual participation, make it easier, and especially for the public to be able to, but what is going to be a lasting is the real-time participation, just as you were doing on Zoom, what allows people in real time to be able to participate electronically, either by phone or by computer through Zoom, by video, as well as, and you go above and beyond by streaming your meetings on YouTube. So you go above and beyond the thresholds that have been established for public engagement and for, I would say, transparency and accountability. That's what the Brown Act's about.
Thank you. I was in one of those meetings yesterday where there wasn't a quorum, and it was difficult because the chairman, once one of the commissioners did come on, he had to go back, and we had to go back from the beginning of the meeting so that we could take action on the items, because
yeah, and where that comes up is the 72-hour. So when you have to provide notification of your meeting, you have to provide a 72-hour notification of that, and a lot can happen in 72 hours to an elected official to participate in that meeting. And that's really what AB 361 allows, is for an elected official or anybody subject to the Brown Act to participate in that meeting that didn't notify where they would be participating 72 hours before that meeting. That's what AB 361 is really essentially for, is to allow that individual to participate with the unknown gap between the 72-hour notification.
thank you. Because I would like to still retain the AB 361. That is important. I don't have any more comment or further question other than it has clearly been seen that there is a decline with vaccinations, and to look at the program for one more. How does council wish to proceed?
Your turn. I was first last time.
I move that we receive the report of status and review the proclamation of local emergency, determine the need exists to continue declaration, and approve the draft resolution authorizing local emergency and virtual meetings. And I believe you've received some direction on the wishes for the incentive, final vaccination.
Yeah, so there, the COVID ad hoc, I'm sorry, that was a motion. I don't want to interject in the second.
I'll second, now we can talk about it.
Just for clarification with regards to the direction, there is one that is being planned for, consistent with council's action at the end of this month, which the COVID ad hoc committee had previously reviewed and said they wanted to see what participation numbers look like for the month of March, and to bring a recommendation back to the council at its first meeting of April.
Thank you. We have the motion. We have a second. No further discussion. Please call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much.
I do have a question not regarding this, but is there any place around here that have rapid testing one-day result? I'm serious. I got to do my 30,000-mile checkup in UCLA, and I just got to have a.
I think it depends on what tests you're looking for, and I'm going to defer to Patrice.
Is there any place?
Because we do stuff for employees.
I don't want to go down to LA a day ahead of time.
Does it require being proctored? Or can you just take like a home test?
No, I can't take a home test. It has to be
Yeah,
proctored.
so it would need to be proctored. So I'll reach out. I'll get with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to oral communications. Is there someone that would like to come forth in oral communications? Please state your name and address for the record.
Brock Neely, address on record. I'd like to commend you on all your actions throughout the COVID thing in trying to protect the citizens of Porterville. I know you haven't heard much positive from this platform, but I'd like to say that I think you've done a great job. Contrary to what others have said, and you've gone above and beyond what anybody else in this county has done to protect everybody in the city. And the advantages of AB 361 is, as we can attest, when Milt was down in LA, all those meetings, it had to be noticed where his location was. This exempts that from happening, so when you're connecting remotely. You don't have to notice 72 hours in advance where you're going to be when you join the meeting, which is great. And I love being able to periodically just zoom in, because last meeting I had 3 meetings that night, so it was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sarah Gershon, and my address is on record. In your conversation in regard to decrease in COVID and vaccinations was outstanding. And today I had to go to Family Health Care Network, and I didn't know they had a place in Terabella now, which made more easy access. Plus, Sierra View District Hospital has another facility. You probably all know that. I didn't know that. And they have an active list of people who can come in either for vaccinations and or any other test right there. And it's not just with Family Health Care Network, it's in cooperation with Tulare County Health and Human Services. So there's a lot of participation and cooperation, collaboration going on. I liked that.
Thank you, Sarah. Please come forward.
Darren Garrett, I just wanted to thank you again for accepting my appeal. And I wanted to apologize to, I learned a valuable lesson in this process. Don't listen to rumors. That's one thing I did learn. And I just wanted to thank you. And if I offended anybody, I want to personally apologize to anybody during this process. Okay? Other than that, good night.
Thank you very much. Good night. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Do we have any on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for that. Now we will go on to other matters. Councilmember Tate?
It's been a busy last couple of weeks. Have been involved in several different, new to me, ad hoc meetings. And it's, you know, I having worked for the state for 34 years and seeing how that process all came together, it's been wonderful, a wonderful learning experience. And I appreciate so much being able to participate in all of this. And thank you. And thank you for the, and what I really like is that we have more people attending the council meetings. In spite of whatever, they're here, and that's good. And I'm glad that they can also participate virtually, and I'd like to make sure that the community is informed that they can do it, and it's not quite that challenging. I did my first Zoom meeting in a coat closet. So if I can do that, anybody can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on, so there were some comments made earlier about a perceived lack of confidence in the leadership here in Porterville, and I just wanted to note that oftentimes it's the same 6 or 7 people who are here talking about the same 3 or 4 items, who are, all those items are low in their 15 minutes of fame, and it gets a little disheartening to hear that sometimes it's contagious to those. I would call them Johnny-come-latelys, but they've been coming, and they wake up eventually to something as if they have been asleep and come in on the tail end of some of these comments. So it's a little disheartening to me to hear from the same few people, knowing that 99.999% of the population here in Porterville doesn't express those same sentiments. Maybe they have them, but maybe they choose to articulate them in a different way, or maybe they don't feel that way at all. So part of this would be a plea to that 99.999% of the population of Porterville, that if you feel that way, you have ample opportunity through Zoom, through public participation, to let us know how you feel. At this point, I refuse to think that everybody has a complete lack of confidence in the leadership here in Porterville, as I think we've done a tremendous job through one of the most difficult periods of time that I can identify in history. Right now, this world is in turmoil in many places. So that's my thought on that. And just to close those thoughts, at the Wall of Fame ceremony, I spoke to a tribal spiritual leader who he didn't necessarily speak out against people who were giving us negative thoughts, but what he wanted to remind me was that nobody can hold that much anger for that long and not have it affect themselves. And that was a very poignant thought, in that at times I get frustrated, but just to realize that those who are that angry are only causing harm to themselves by holding on to it that long, especially when you can see the window of a lot of these issues that are being complained about closing. I think we, of course, need to look at all the things that are down the road, but I think we're very realistic about what we see. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that, and really just to, whatever that anger is, if you're holding on to it, it's only damaging yourself.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Stowe.
I kind of agree with Councilman Reyes, and I really do things and vote the way I feel that I should vote for this community. It's not just a few. I do what I do for the overall community, for the best, and I have no business, no dog in a fight, so I do what's best for just the ordinary citizen and everybody that's in this community, because, I love this community, and I want it to thrive, and I don't want us to, I shouldn't say perish over something that, just from not wearing a mask. And I'll vote time and time again. If COVID's got bad, I'll vote to put a mask on. I'll vote for vaccination. I'll vote, just so we won't perish. And the people that feel that way, you don't have to wear one if you don't want to, but I just think that, what we did up here was for the best of the community, for the best, and I feel it's still for the community. And I will do it time and time again. And I want to again thank Donnie and his staff for the great event that we had, as far as the Wall of Fame members. And I want to again thank the inductees that are still with us, and even the ones that have passed on posthumously, for their commitment to our community. And thank you very much, and hope you all have a good weekend.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I want to acknowledge, as we did earlier tonight, but the public safety recognition event and the city's Wall of Fame event. I thought it was a lot of work done. It was great to be around the community. And actually, it kind of reminded me of what Councilmember Reyes said, that there's so many people out there that are appreciative, and they share all these different things about, the recreation calendars that are being put out of all the events that are starting up, being able to sit out at the park with each other, friends and family, and seeing, all the people saying good things about people that have done so much for the city and our community and given so much. I also want to say there's a lot of committees and projects that the council members serve on, myself included, but there's definitely not a shortage of work to be done by anybody that wants to do work, including volunteering, attending committees, providing constructive dialogue to get things better for our community. So please hop in anywhere you see fit that could help our city. It's not just about 5 of us, it's an entire city that needs support. And we look forward to having people help with any of those things. And there's a lot of nonprofits, there's just a lot of different things going on in the community that we could use support on. Coaches are needed, community members are needed for volunteer work. So we would love to see that us all pitch in. But I know that for the majority of, the people that probably voted for me, I try to talk to them. I try to talk to a lot of people in the city, especially now more being in person. So I just, want to echo what Councilmember Reyes said about looking forward to hearing from them. And it's not just about getting pats on the back. It's about hearing where could we do better? What do we want to do as a team, as a city, and go into spring and summer in a positive manner, hopefully coming out of this COVID. I also want to acknowledge the Youth Commission that came and presented tonight. I really appreciated their PowerPoint and the photos that they shared. Seeing them up on the dais and out at the Tule River Parkway was really awesome. It's kind of disheartening that they had to hear derogatory comments really bad about the mayor and other council members. So that's kind of disappointing to have young youth hear that. That's probably the thing that frustrated me the most. Of that, because they're learning and they're looking for role models. So, I wish that went a little better for them. And then the last thing that I just want to recognize is the staff again. And the reason is because we signed up to serve as officials up here. They're doing their jobs and providing information and doing research and following timelines and doing every effort to get us the information to make decisions based on data and statistics and accurate things. So they don't also deserve to be talked to in the ways that they are for providing information. So I just want to thank our staff for being here and always having a positive attitude, not talking negative, and trying to be supportive of all, the mayor, myself, and all of the city council members. And they do excellent work, and I really just want to thank them for always being here for us.
Thank you for that. I'd like to see both chiefs come on. I only see their names on here. I like it when everybody's on here and I can see their faces. I want to thank each and every one. I know that tonight was intense, but I continue to be proactive. There is no reason to be reactive. And I want to use the word of fortitude, that there is so much that was and is, but as we continue to be up here making decisions, we make the decision in the best interest of all members of the community, regardless of which district we are in. Because it's a collective vote. And whether it's in one of the council members' district or some of the other council member, when we place that vote, it affects everyone in the community. And with regard to that, respect is another word. Regardless of differences, we should choose to respect each and every person. And I heard this evening about, I have a mother who is praying for me. Well, I wish I had my mother. I wish I had my father. I also wish I had my husband, okay? Those are 3 people that are deceased in my life. But to serve my community is a passion. And I couldn't be up here without the information that is provided to us by staff. You go countless of hours to do the things that you do, and that includes our legal counsel. I was watching the council chambers this evening, and there are officers that are still here. And while we were making our comment, I chose to not look at some of the reactions that were being made by those that were present because they chose to be negative. That's not the case. The other night at the Public Safety Recognition Dinner, I was so proud of each and every officer that was there, regardless of whether they were from Porterville. I reached out to Chief Costello that evening, and I asked the question, how many women officers are in our police department? He said, we have approximately 13. My eyes lit up, only because it's International Women's Month, okay? I wanted to know how many women officers, but I think we have a good number for a department for our city, our size. And that's to be commended. That says a lot. Chief Cogburn, I mean, I want to know how many firefighters that are ladies that you have. And, you know, so to me, as I'm unfolding, but I want to thank you. I know that that public safety dinner was something to be proud of, and for all the recipients from the different agencies, it's one to be upheld. Mr. Moore, you outdid yourself with your department, and I reached out to you and Mr. Lawless the next day because, my gosh, that was a lot of work. I may have gotten a little territorial and so proud when I was calling the names out. I wanted just so, here's your certificate. But everybody was happy. The recipients were glad, those that were alive were glad to be alive and talk to the persons and just have conversation. And I know that there's a lot to be said, but when somebody walks up, now I know this gentleman used to be the former city manager. He walked right up to me, and Mr. Huffaker, and I'm going to call his name out. He just said that was a wonderful event. So everybody that participated, I know that law enforcement was out there and just being so proud. And Mr. Knight, Mr. Sanchez, you're not to go unnoticed. You guys are popular, whether you know it or not. Look at those smiles on those faces. Look at that. Whether you know it or not, you guys are really, really popular.
Sometimes negatively, but.
Yeah. I mean, it's wonderful to receive letters that you receive. I mean, what can I say? But no, once again, it pleases me when I see everyone and being participants because it's a lot of teamwork. Mr. Lawless, one thing before I go any further. After I was at the groundbreaking for the Porterville College for the medical facility building, shortly thereafter, I got a phone call. I received a phone call from the office of the Chancellor, Sylvia Christian. She's hosting a Women's History Month panel, and I was invited to be a participant. I haven't been given the details, but that is slated for the 29th of this month, and it's going to be Women in Leadership. It will be facilitated by Dr. Jean Fuller. So that was a positive outreach, and I'm looking forward to it if it does happen. And that's it. Mr. Lawless, your turn.
Thank you. And I had the pleasure to attend the public safety dinner, and just a great opportunity to recognize Captain Rudy Aguilar from the fire department and Officer Justin Elistad from the police department as the officers of the year. But little known to most, Vice Mayor Carrillo did an astounding job introducing the Officer of the Year for the Tule River Tribe. Just what did they say? What's that word I'm looking for? No, extraneous? There it is. It's too late. I can't I can think it in my head. I could probably spell it, but I can't say it. So just did a remarkable job. Just asked at the last moment to please introduce the officer, and so just did a great job, and just want to say represented the tribe very well and the department. So I just wanted, if you missed that. So want to say thank you to that, and appreciate your comments about committees. And actually, I was going to mention that we have a number of vacancies on the city's committees: Arts Commission, Animal Control, Transaction Use Tax Oversight Committee. They have a vacancy there. So there are many opportunities to get involved in this city, just not to provide comments, but to be involved in in the recommendations that come to the council in its different functions. Also wanted, and again, just to emphasize, appreciate Donnie and Amy's efforts in putting that on. I received many comments from folks that were recognized or attended, just what a first-class event that was. And it really, you know, for those that were, they said that is what is magical about Porterville was that day. That is, that is it. And it kind of, you know, for somebody that didn't grow up here, to hear that from folks and be able to experience that, it was a special honor and privilege for me. A couple of things coming up this Friday night is the Chambers and awards and induction of the new chair. So that's this coming Friday night. And then Leadership Porterville is doing a fundraiser, a very special fundraiser. They're doing a drive-through dinner that's going to be on Saturday, March 26th. It's $10, and all the proceeds from that are going to be able to send family representatives back to Maryland again, so that they can go to the National Fire Memorial and be able to be the support to other families that will be just as they received. And so I know tickets are available to that, but I just wanted to bring attention to that as something that Leadership Porterville class is doing in support of the resiliency being demonstrated as we've talked about and as we move this community forward.
Thank you. Hey, Fernando, you'd like to say something?
No, I have no comment.
Oh.
Say hello to your wife.
Say hi.
I'd like to say hello to my wife, if she's listening.
Look at her. Okay, it is.
That California will be represented by Senator Hurtado at the White House tomorrow for Women's History Month.
Thank you. Well, it is.
Can I?
Please.
I apologize, Mayor.
Don't apologize.
But I want to, you were talking about the staff, and I was having a conversation with Eric Coyne from Senator Hurtado's office, and he said, John, how many, he goes, I cannot tell you, I keep meeting new people on the City of Porterville staff who blow me away. And he said, I don't know who Amy Graybell is, but that is another person in your city that I would love to have. He goes, I just keep coming across them in your organization that are top-notch, first-rate, just professionals. And I wanted to share that because it's just not the folks that you see here. It is folks throughout the organization, the depth that it has, that is just reflected every day across the state and nation. So just thought I meant to state that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hildreth, and thank you, Mr. Reidenauer. Okay. Thank you. It is 10:01. Meeting adjourned.